Hello there. How are you? How's Testing.
I make a motion to reconvene to public session.
Do I have a second? Ms. Brooks, all in favor? 7-0, Ms. Fennick. Okay, Ms. Fennick, the roll call again, please. Present.
Here.
Present.
Here.
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 Thank you. Okay, and before we go on to adoption of the agenda, we do have a special performance here this evening that we delayed a little bit. Thank you, students, for waiting. It is the jazz band, and it is led by Mark Viavante, who is a band teacher at both Manor Haven and Sousa. So let's all enjoy some jazz. Thank you.
The switch on it. The switch on the mic.
Thank you so much. This is the Shriver High School Jazz Ensemble. We're going to play a tune called Blue Bossa for you by Kenny Dorham. You're going to hear two solos from Lucas Milgram and Sean Aiken. Thank you.
Thank you, meeting's over. Good night.
Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Ms. Brooks? Sure. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Malconian? All in favor? 7-0. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everybody. So that was really an amazing performance. Thank you so much to our students for being here this evening. And thank you for starting off the meeting in a great tone. I just want to tell the board that I did have the opportunity to meet with different representatives from all of our bargaining units. And from these meetings, I have to say I've had a greater appreciation of the work that is being done and continue to being done and tackled as we move forward towards our very ambitious district goals. The pandemic is not over, but they are all making adjustments in lesson plans, working with students as they adjust being back in school, and working on one of our critical goals of curriculum mapping. So I want to say to the staff, thank you to the entire staff. Thank you for all the work that you are doing. I think we as a board all appreciate, and I'm sensing that you would all agree with me, board, appreciate all the work that you're doing. And I want to wish my fellow board members and the administrators here and the staff and everyone who's watching us this evening, happy holidays, and enjoy, hopefully, a wonderful new year as we begin 2022, the next time you see us. We now have an opportunity, report of the superintendent.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Shields so we can just get a brief enrollment report.
Thank you, Dr. Hines. The last enrollment report was completed on December 1st, and at that point we had 5,239 students. That's 2 students less than we had this time last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shields. I'm going to be very brief. I know we have a very jammed agenda today. I just want to remind everyone there's a holiday gift card drive. I know our Parents Council has been really focused on working to assist families in need in our wonderful community. I know SEPTA, Agate, and our HSAs and the PTAs of all of our schools are working to do that. So it's not too late for the holiday gift card drive. So just want to, that's a gentle reminder. I also want to reiterate President Bays' statements and sentiments regarding our staff. Thank you for everything that you do, to our parents as well, and certainly our beautiful students. Happy holidays. And then I look forward to Ryan Maloney, who is our Director of Technology, to his presentation in a few minutes. He is going to share, I think, some very exciting thoughts and a vision for the future of Port Washington regarding technology. Thank you.
Dr. Shields, are you going to do the reopening report?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Bays. So the reopening committee has met a few times since the last school board meeting. Most recently, we decided to change the name of our committee because it's been some time since we actually prepared for reopening. So we'll be now known as the District Protocols Committee. This past month, we received updates from our building protocols committees. Overall, they're very pleased with the protocols that they have in place. They will continue to meet at the building level and make any adjustments when needed. We've also been discussing, but not making any changes to, we've been discussing the daily health screener and the frequency of informing community about positive cases, but as I said, there's no changes at this point. Our next scheduled meeting is January 11th, right after the new year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shields. Okay, we are now moving on to community comments. If you can please go to the podium if you've signed up. I'm not going to remind everybody the rules. I believe everyone remembers.
Good evening. My name is Regina McLean. I'm the president of the Port Washington Teachers Association, a PEP teacher at Weber Middle School, and the parent of a Schreiber graduate. As the president of the Port Washington Teachers Association, I represent over 500 teachers. I stand here tonight in support of all the dedicated and caring teachers who will be speaking tonight against live streaming, and they will share their collective experiences with live streaming in their own classrooms. I also stand here to advocate for the teachers who couldn't be here tonight. If they were here, they would share similar stories regarding the ineffectiveness of live stream in their classrooms, how it causes stress for their students, and how it negatively impacts the environment in the physical classroom. They might also tell you that they have observed their students log on to the meeting when they are clearly sick. If a child is sick, they should be home recuperating. They shouldn't feel pressure to be logging into a class. But when live stream is an option, that is what some of our students feel, pressure to be in class. If the district did not offer live streaming, students and their families wouldn't feel pressure to be in class rather than convalescing. The opposite occurs as well. The teachers will also tell you that they spend time getting lessons ready for a student who is expected to be live streaming, yet the student doesn't show. Sometimes the student doesn't show during their entire quarantine period. I think that those students are probably onto something. They realize how ineffective it is. For those of you who think that we need to offer the live stream because we spent money on the cameras, I have this to say. We purchased many items ahead of last school year so that we could reopen schools. We did what we had to do. We spent money on desk shields, but I don't hear anyone arguing to keep those just because taxpayer dollars were spent on them. We later found out that the desk shields did not offer any extra protection. The same is true for the cameras. We used them last year because we needed to, but we no longer need them because we know there is a better way. Home tutoring would mean that children are tutored by a qualified Port Washington teacher. One-on-one or small group tutoring is much more effective in educating the students who need to quarantine. Home tutoring provides a better experience for the students from an academic and social emotional perspective. Home tutoring has been utilized for many years in this district to address
30
situations
seconds.
when students are unable to come to school for specific reasons. It has been proven to be effective, and it's what our students deserve. I've said it before. Why does this district believe live streaming is educationally sound when the collective experience of its educators indicates otherwise? I've heard this board say that we need to listen to the professionals when it comes to matters of instruction. What are you waiting for?
Stacy Medford.
Hello, my name is Stacy Medford, and I work as a 5th grade teacher at Salem Elementary School. At the start of the pandemic, I would often say to parents who spoke about the struggles of online learning, and I said, when was the first time you took an online class? Most answered, college. Live streaming is hard. It's hard for our students, and it's hard for us as teachers. But it's not the camera. It's everything that comes with the camera. Live streaming doesn't allow for quality education. Students online sometimes disappear randomly during the day. They need us to refocus them, that gentle reminder to pay attention, a tap on the shoulder, a walk past their desk. But that's not possible on the screen. When they're completing work, it's essential for me to see when they start making errors. This happens when I walk around the room, and I can easily find misconceptions quickly. I can't do that on the screen. One of the most important things I think about being a teacher is flexibility, which is one of the reasons why you saw during the pandemic us step up and make it happen. I'm consistently editing and revising my lessons while they are in play to meet the needs of my students, but live streaming doesn't allow me to do that. Because if I do that, the student online doesn't have the materials at hand that I've decided to rear into a teachable moment. I do not want to sacrifice that for my students. The setup for online materials is an added layer of planning for me. It's time-consuming, and it's stressful. I spend hours planning for 1 to 2 students that are online so that materials are on there for them to locate or to be sent home if their printer isn't available. Due to the the pandemic, kids have been spread out. So for 30 minutes of my lunch period, which really isn't my lunch, it's called planning time, I only have 30 now, not an hour. In teaching, there are distractions every day. Prior to the pandemic, they were always there. But this has added a new layer. The empty space that happens when a mic doesn't work, or I have a student that can't get online. I have 10-year-olds. Some of my colleagues have younger. That 1 minute is huge. Takes me a bunch of time to get them back, and then a bunch of time to get the kid back on screen, back to me. It's lost time. Quality time, 2 words that resonate with me when I make choices in my room. What can I do with my time available, and what can I do to
30
make the
seconds.
quality of it what I want it to be? I've been live streaming every day for 4 weeks. There have been many times I've planned and made decisions that I otherwise would have not because I was live streaming, and I do not want to make those decisions anymore. It's caused me stress because I want the best for my students. We are all thrown into a chaotic world and made quick changes to sustain the education of our students. But now it's time for us to revisit some of those choices and ask ourselves,
minutes.
are we doing the best for our students, and how could we do it better?
Marilyn Turtz.
My name is Marilyn Turtz, and I teach art at Salem Elementary School. I'd like to share with you the impact live streaming has had on elementary special area classes. Elementary special area teachers, including music, art, gym, and library, teach their subjects to all K-5 classes in their schools. Teaching 6 different curricula to roughly 100 to 120 students per day, each in a 40-minute period, demands that these teachers run a very tight and well-timed program. And with the current COVID protocols, the demands have increased even further. Throw live streaming into the mix, and the system becomes seriously taxed and compromised. Special area teachers may have to live stream students from different classes, not once, but several times per day. Contacting parents takes time, as does setting up for each live stream. Precious minutes are lost from the 40-minute class period. The teacher's attention is drawn away from the students who are actually there and focused on the computer, the camera, and the 1 or 2 live stream students. Without the teacher's full attention, children begin to chat, move around, and touch one another, and additional time is wasted refocusing them. Teachers often need to move and adjust the camera each time they shift the area of focus in their rooms. The wires running across the room pose a safety concern to everyone in that classroom. These conditions can distract teachers from monitoring important COVID protocols that ensure the safety of the children who are physically in our classrooms. In addition, some in-person students do not want to be seen on camera, which poses a concern of privacy. Every minute a teacher needs to spend adjusting the live stream, every technical difficulty, every moment waiting for the live stream child to sign on has a corrosive effect on the lesson. Many teachers question, how much does this actually benefit the child quarantining at home? Assignments often require more than one classroom session, and virtual students often do not have the project they started in class, nor do they have the specific materials and tools needed to work on it at home. In order to truly catch up, the live stream students will have to work individually with their teacher anyway, once they've returned to school. We all feel for the student who must quarantine due to COVID.
30 seconds.
But is the absence of one child for COVID so different from an absence?
And shouldn't be considered a substitute for in-person learning. There is no pedagogical reason for children to be in front of a screen. Live streaming contradicts best practices. Educators know what best practices are. This is not it. We need to think about the impact on children's learning and emotional well-being, and the district needs to make a commitment to our children and what is best for them to learn and to succeed. Live streaming requires more focus than being present face-to-face. Children have to work harder to decipher verbal and nonverbal communication clues. Delays in communication often lead to negative interpretations and emotions. Expecting children to maintain focus while online is setting them up for failure. The children at home have the same expectations as those of their in-school peers, but the live stream model ensures that they receive only part of the instruction. Many do not have ideal schooling spaces, the technology is unreliable, and there is no opportunity for the one-on-one guidance that so many of our children need now. Live streaming is also multitasking to the extreme. Children need to try to hear or interpret what is being said in class by their teachers and classmates who are speaking behind masks and through a screen. They need to try to see and interpret visual aids being presented in class, try to wait patiently in front of a screen when a situation arises within the classroom, remain in view of the camera, try to keep up with schedule changes, and so much more. The multitasking is exhausting and it puts unreasonable expectations on the children. Live streaming impacts the in-school learners as well. When there are technology problems, their learning is affected. They have to sit and wait while the teacher tries to troubleshoot technology by him or herself. Teachers are tied to schedules that have been set for the virtual learner and can't deviate from that schedule for something spontaneous that arises in school. Finally, many parents don't want live streaming and often turn it down. It's frustrating for them and their children. It's difficult for them to keep a schedule with their child while they are working. Their child is too young to navigate it on their own. On more than one occasion, I have heard members of the board state that educators know what is best for our children. We do. So please listen to us, listen to our ideas, and most importantly, listen to our children. They need us now more than ever, and live streaming is not what they need. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Patrick Nash.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Nash, and I am the second grade RISE teacher at Guggenheim Elementary School. Tonight, I would like to speak to you about the obstacles and hurdles of live streaming that students both at home and in the classroom have had to overcome. Last year, I had the unique experience among elementary school teachers of having to live stream multiple students every day while teaching students in a classroom. My students were not eligible for the virtual classrooms due to their needs. The solution was to have them live stream for part of the day and be given assignments to be completed independently. Every day, using the technology and professional development provided to me during these unprecedented times, my goal was to deliver the best possible education to all of my students. With that and my willingness to provide this model of instruction, almost daily, obstacles and hurdles arose that impacted all of my students. Connectivity to the internet was almost a daily occurrence. At different times of the day, connection would slow down or be lost in my classroom. If it was not on my end, my students had issues with their personal and district-provided internet access. As a teacher of students with disabilities, I was unable to readily assist and differentiate from my remote students at their needed levels. Oftentimes, I would have to stop lessons to make sure my remote students understood what to do. These delays caused disruptions for my in-person students and resulted in loss of focus and instructional time for them as well. A major hurdle for both my remote and in-person students came from the distractions of daily living. At home, there were often other family members who also had other responsibilities that interfered with live streaming. Many of my remote students oftentimes had to compete with other distractions at home or could not work in a quiet place. Although we tried our best to provide all needed materials for learning beforehand, access to things like a printer, manipulatives, and other supplies needed to actively engage in lessons was not always possible. This too led to a diminished education experience. This makes me wonder how, if a student has to be home for an extended period of time now, how will they get the supplies needed? Or do they have the means to get needed supplies? This is just some of the many issues my students faced last year during live streaming. With our return to normal, I believe that there are better and more educationally sound practices available to ensure that Any disruption to a student's progress is kept to a minimum. Given my experience with live streaming, I would wholeheartedly want to be part of any committee that is formed to find a better way to provide the highest level of instruction for the students of Port Washington. Thank you, President Bays, members of the school board, Dr. Hines, and the rest of the administration for listening to me tonight. And my hope is that all stakeholders can get together and find the best solution for the students of Port Washington.
Susan McAuliffe.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Susan McAuliffe. I'm a longtime resident of Port Washington, a parent of Shriver graduates, and a Weber reading teacher for 20 years. I'd like to address your attention to the decision to continue to live stream with students who are not present in school. It doesn't make sense. In September, I was excited to return to Weber Middle School full-time to my reading students, who I miss seeing in person daily. Miss live stream? Not so much. I was disheartened to hear that live stream was still being considered an option. It's not being in the classroom with my students. It wastes valuable educational instructional time, something that my students should not have to sacrifice when they're present in class. This is what happens when students live stream into an AIS classroom while others are present. It's a convenience, but for special education and AIS or academic intervention students, it's a disaster, and it doesn't make sense. Have you heard the very appropriate comparison of having a student live stream into your classroom while you have students physically in the classroom? It's like having a dinner party in your house with guests while entertaining other guests at the same time for an outdoor barbecue. Have you ever done that? Have two sets of company at your house, one eating barbecue outside, waiting for you to fire up the grill, while the other sits at your dining room table, waiting for you to serve them as you run inside and outside, trying to meet everyone's needs. It wouldn't make sense. Live streaming doesn't make educational sense either. Here's a short list. Tech issues. I can't hear you. Are you talking? You're on mute. You sound like you're underwater. Wait, can you hear me? I'm not sure I can hear you. Are you talking? I can't see you. Is your camera on, Mrs. McCullough? I will leave and come back to the meet. Wait, let me leave. You can leave a comment and you can stop what you're doing and text me during class. And you can just help me. These are comments I've had in conversations as I wasted 10 minutes in class. Stopping to adjust sound means that I've interrupted my students' ability to focus and attend to comprehension lessons. AIS students and special ed students often need guided lessons, modeled lessons with whole and small group differentiated instruction. In class, my students are carefully guided and supported, and it's an unreasonable task to ask when I cannot clearly evaluate comprehension and decoding strengths and weaknesses through a camera.
30 seconds.
Are we asking our students to sit in front of a computer staring at a screen for 5 to 6 hours a day? Doesn't make sense. Finally, I've heard the reasons why live streaming is supported. It's convenient, it's easy to turn a camera on. What's the big deal? And technology is not a problem in Port Washington. Teachers should just do it. But is it educationally sound? No one ever asked if students are in an environment that's educationally sound with live streaming. Does the board care that this practice is educationally sound? Does the board care if students are on camera 5 to 6 hours a day? That is why live stream should not be considered an option in Port Washington. It doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Joy Krebs.
Okay, have to improvise because all of my esteemed colleagues, I think, just about hit it. But I'm going to hit it from a high school perspective. I hope the parents can see me. Can you see me? I teach chemistry at Shriver High School. I've taught honors, I've taught regents, and then there's chemistry, who I adore. So what I'm going to enact for you right now is an actual occurrence that occurred in my classroom. The names are fictitious, so don't get nervous. It all starts with an email, and you have to set up your tripod, right? A student walks in. Miss Krebs, who has COVID? You think that's funny, but it's not. It's actually quite heartbreaking because the panic and the fear is overwhelming. And I don't think I've ever had any training in my career to manage a youngster who is so panicked. I say, oh, just relax, it's gonna be fine. But somebody has COVID, you're setting up the tripod, somebody has COVID. Just relax, just relax. I didn't know what else to say. And then you've got my star student, yo, Krebs, Johnny B, he's home with COVID. Just releases the name. So poor old Johnny B, he's not even on the meet yet. And I was like, can we relax? Can we relax? No, but Johnny B, man, he's got the life. He's home, he's in his pajamas, he's doing his video games, he's set. Miss Krebs, do we have to quarantine? Now everybody's filing, Miss Krebs, are they gonna close the school? This is education. We have to manage this. I have to do it again on Monday. I have to do it again on Monday. How long is it going to take us to understand? We were here in September. PWTA was here
30 seconds.
in September. This is not a quality educational experience. This does cause emotional harm to our students. Thank you.
Beth Westbury.
Hello, everybody. I'm sure you're surprised to see me here. It's good to see you all. I came to speak about something that I actually received a phone call from Ms. Bays earlier this week, so this isn't a surprise. Emily and I had a really nice conversation where we discussed the issue we had about 1.5 years or 2 years ago of the state discussing mandating some additional vaccinations for school children, and a topic that I took on myself as a member of the board at that time, and wrote some letters in opposition to that. And I'm going to just speak very briefly to remind you all why we were opposed to that and why that same opposition should extend to making COVID vaccines mandated for school children. The reason why we did not want to have to manage those kinds of mandates was because of the frequency, the revaccinations, the timing of the vaccinations, and the amount of money it was going to cost the district just to manage maintaining that kind of data, chasing students down, pulling kids out of school. Those of us who sat here September 2 years ago remember what it was like to pull kids out of school, literally out of classrooms because of lack of information or data. If we are to face a mandate of COVID vaccines, we will not have the staff to maintain those records. We will not have the staff to comply, and we will need to add staff yet again. It will cost the district money that could certainly be better spent finding better ways to educate our children who are sick at home, unlike this live streaming nonsense that I'm hearing about, okay? I'm actually quite sad to hear that that's still happening, so I hope that I hope that you as a board will consider yet again writing a letter and reminding our legislators that putting us as the health police for the county, the health police for children, is just a bad idea. It's ineffective. It is a very poor way to use our resources. And I am happy to help out in any way I can to help you compose whatever you would like to compose. But I, for one, would like to see the board stand up against that.
This is the last comment. Theodora Shuflian.
My name is Theodora Chofayan. I'm a parent in the district. And today, you, my community, are witness to my testimony. I really wish. I have been labeled a security threat by our school administration just for being a concerned parent. So today, I stand here and I advocate for parental rights. We, the parents, must have the right to be involved with our students, with their education, because that's what they go to school for. I stand here today to advocate for literacy. We have a serious lag and delay in basic literacy skills in our kindergartners and first graders and even second graders. And we won't stand for this administration, for this school district, to lower the bar of how they're evaluated when they come in. When they come into kindergarten next year, we want them to be evaluated the way they were before the pandemic because they deserve that. They deserve the right to learn, to read, and to write, and to speak. I also stand here today because I feel like, as someone who was raised in a communist country, I feel that our schools have become nothing more but state enforcement camps for COVID-19 mitigation rules, which our children are unfairly bearing the burden of. I encourage all parents to get involved. We keep the lights on. We are the customers here and our children. We are the voters. This is how this all runs. And I'm really happy to see so many of you here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. As that was the last community comment, we will now move on to our discussion item. Mr. Maloney, if you could please join us at the table here. Did you want to do it at the podium, or do you have a clicker? You're Mr. Technology, you have a clicker.
Good evening, everyone. That's a hot mic. Well, thank you for inviting me to come speak with you all today. Truly, these are challenging times with many things to evaluate and contemplate. And as we enter into the budget development process, I wanted to work with the board tonight to reflect on the changes and the new demands that are placed on an IT department in K-12 schools. What I'm going to try and do today is frame out what I believe to be the current circumstances and trends and where those trends are leading K-12s and the complexities around attaining those goals. So first, through COVID-19, it became a game changer. For many districts, but especially here at Port, where we were not a one-to-one school district, we did not rely on information technology services and softwares as our primary instructional tools. They were support tools that were embellishments and things that were added to the curriculum to create new opportunities for students and teachers. But through the COVID-19, we saw that mobile device costs increased. In fact, during the spring of 2020, the spread of COVID-19, the competition for computer devices such as Chromebooks increased dramatically, and this increase was coupled with global shortages, which drove up the unit cost 30 to 40%. Next, we saw a clear divide in many low-income houses who did not have or do not have broadband access to these platforms, these instructional platforms. We also took a look at district readiness and the challenges that districts faced in rolling out distant learning programs, but it also highlighted a disparity between those districts that are invested in digital-based learning platforms and those that aren't. I believe that the global response to these challenging circumstances has sparked an IT renaissance by the way of global competition to produce the modern worker, the global citizen, and the invested community member. Here we have evidence that demonstrates the global competition and the forces at play that will influence the next decade for our teachers and learners. Evidence of market trends creating competition. Global investment is up. EdTech startups raised $13.8 billion in global investments. Total number of U.S. K-12 device shipments were at approximately 18 million, up 4 million from the previous 2 years. Huge increases in federal spending to shore up schools, and mobile PCs to American K-12 schools were up 28%. What does these trends mean in terms of global competition in K-12 and the education market? To me, it means expectations on how and where we learn are changing. That it means learning has become monetized, and competition and innovation will drive the next decade of education. I would also say that I'm not advocating on reporting at this moment. These are trends that I see based upon the facts that I've tried to understand in the world so that I could lead the district in the best place, or at least advise in that regard. So we speak of an instructional technology renaissance, and the IT department approach to this is to understand the needs of our students, teachers, and administrators. Since the mid-90s, we have not seen this kind of global interest and investment in K-12 education, software services, innovation, and devices. Instructional technology renaissance is our commitment to these goals, to our mantra, access for all. Pedagogy is driving innovation. Students are producers and manufacturers. Data-centric, authentic assessment. The IT renaissance is a period of new growth or activity where we look at, as you go around, innovation. Speaking of our mantra, progress in terms of the instructional software, growth, as we see the instructional technology, as we spoke about today, for good or for bad, and there's probably different times for both, that we have all this technology in the classroom. We have instructional software and the progress that's been made there, and administrative software and the advancements there, and of course, the device expansion. Next, the scope and complexity. Because of all these new things and dynamic changes in our K-12 world, I put together some organizational charts to share with the board and the community about some of the work that the IT department does every day. Device management, domain management, cloud services. backup and recovery management, physical network management, cybersecurity. It is important to me to communicate how drastically this job has grown. The complexity involved and the needs for additional personnel are ever present. This is our experience. Progress equals growth. Growth equals demands. And demands equals expectations. Modern school district infrastructure and the next-gen learning environment. In order to meet the expectations of parents, students, teachers, and administrators, as well as New York State Ed Law 2D, New York State Comptroller, and internal and external auditors, elegant solutions must be titrated out of broad systems and compliance complexities. Here we see a diagram, albeit a high-level diagram, of the complexity that is found across the district and in every school and classroom. The complexities surround providing the network of the future include managing hardware via the cloud all over the world, managing user policies on district mobile devices via the cloud, managing data systems integration with the ultimate goal of providing users with consistent access and delivery of data across the spectrum of subjects and structure types to meet the informational needs of all applications and business processes. Infrastructure requirements, freedom, movement, usefulness, and ease. Our goal is to understand the expectations of our learners who are part of the instructional technology renaissance and be ready for the next decade. Provide a physical network improvements like streamline infrastructure complexities, reduce the number of network closets, move user and device management to the cloud, remove or reduce on-premise files and services. Wi-Fi network improvement, including expanding Wi-Fi and improving mobility of learners, increasing Wi-Fi density and access inside and outside of all 9 buildings. Be ready to support the new hardware Wi-Fi standards and speeds. Remove Wi-Fi bottlenecks. Investment, improvement, commitment. We take a look at the mobile devices, trying to balance cost and purpose. We look closely at repair and maintenance, repair parts costs, track device breakage by user, number of repairs per day, ROI, return on investment, cost of device versus device lifespan, cost of device versus device hardware capability, total cost of ownership, cost of device versus cost of repair, and so on. Evaluate devices for instructional impact, battery life, touchscreen, durability, use of stylus, pen, screen size, display quality. These are all paramount in our evaluation of selecting hardware for our teachers and students and administrators. Again, Chromebooks, we saw a 275 year-over-year growth in Q1 of 2021. Laptop shipments will see a 16.4 year-over-year increase, or a total of 240 million unit sales, as well as new devices like Windows Surface Pro SE that are coming out, that are going to also go into the market and create competition. Instructional technology, curriculum, assessment, and content. Professional development has increased due to the expectations and demands of software, hardware, online resources, collaboration, and communication tools. Increased access to training and modalities, in-person, instructor-led, online, blended, and asynchronous course delivery have all been put in place. Use of software has increased, and so has the reliance on software. Demand for software implementations for major instructional and administrative systems has increased every year since 2019. Software providers indicate annual licensing cost increases. The cost of software has increased as software renewals for 2022-2023 school year are returning with 4 to 8% increase, some speculating as much as 10%. This is a graphic that outlines the organizational structure of the IT department. You'll see in red a couple of positions that are part of the positions that I'm asking for through the budget development process. But here it gives you a great visualization about the growth and the complexity of this department and the scope of work.
I'm sorry to bother you. When you say in red, do you mean the text is in red or the background in red?
The boxes are
The
in
box.
red on
I
your-
just want to make sure. Thank you.
Yes, but in the next slide, I'll be going over what exactly they are. I'm going to say in 2 slides, I'll go over exactly what they are, excuse me. This is one of the positions, however, that I'm asking for, although the title is something that I understand could be edited. The goal is to communicate the need for an assistant to the director to support instructional technology. An instructional technology renaissance means a growth in devices, services, software, complexity, threats, and overall expectations. It is no longer possible to have one administrator manage all aspects of technology. I ask and say that it is time for an assistant to the director of technology to support this growth complexity. Some comparisons is that IT is the only district-wide department that services 5,600 students and 1,000 employees and is run by one administrator. And the only administrator who runs 2 district-wide departments, both technology and libraries. The assistant director for instructional technology, if that is the title that the position is given, is to stay engaged with global competition, support the district's instructional vision and goals, grow the district's STEM program, as well as keep pace with software services and the integration of technology into the instructional practice. Of course, we should pay special attention to point number 2 in terms of the district's instructional vision and goals, as this is a huge undertaking that the district is setting up forward on, and all members of the community are playing a part. So it is definitely a huge undertaking. Personnel requests. Increased demands requires direct action. So we spoke about the assistant director. The next is an elementary civil service ITS position, which is a technical position to support the elementary schools. The third position is a district-wide ITA, part of the instructional technology team. This person will work on special projects, support implementations, and will support the coverage of any ITA absence, as we have ITAs in every building, but in 6 of the 7 buildings, if that ITA is out, they are left without any instructional technical support. Instructional technology renaissance. The technology is no longer an afterthought, a bolt-on, an addition, or a nice activity. It is no longer something that students might encounter in the future. Our students know about NFTs. They monetize YouTube channels. They understand and are purchasing real estate in the metaverse. Today's students work collaboratively with peers all over the world. On their own, they do this. Have careers in esports, have a digital presence in the metaverse, have traded digital currency, use cell phones as their primary computing devices, leverage social media and the internet to connect, develop skill, build experience, influence change, and complete monetary transactions. We began by talking about that we're entering into the budget development season. And so I'll end by a slide talking about the budget development and asking the board to consider funding the new normal. new personnel required to keep pace with district-wide growth, new network improvements, increase Wi-Fi density, manage the cloud, software to support instruction, content assessment, administrative systems, data management, custom software systems integration, one-on-one devices, instituting staggered mobile device replacement schedules for all 7,000 to 8,000 mobile devices, and of course, leveraging all our funding sources, E-rate, Smart Bond, and the IT department operating budget. What I tried to do tonight was give a presentation that talked about what I perceive as the trends in the global economy, how they impact our costs, how they impact our vision for the future, and how we can work together to be ready for that future through the budget development process and the projects that will be part of that scope of work. Thank you. I'll take any questions anyone has, of course.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you for a very extensive presentation. I am sure we have questions from the board. I don't know if there's someone who wants to go first. Can I? Oh, Nanette, sorry. Go right ahead.
Hi, thank you for that. I have a really easy question. What is E-rate?
Sure. E-rate is a federally funded program that is actually funded through cell phone universal surcharge, and you'll see that on your cell phone bill. And so as an aggregate, it comes to a great deal of money, and then it's provisioned by the federal government.
I'm gonna ask the question first, and then we'll go around. So Ryan,
Yes.
there's some asks, and I understand that you have set up the way that you've been working, and I understand. First of all, I'm overwhelmed with all the work that you guys do, and I firsthand had experience as a Board of Education, having to go from being in person to Zoom, Google meetings. So I appreciate all the work that you do. And I think John Johnner would wish that I'd lose his number, but other than that. But my question is, of these three positions that you're asking, is there one that is the major ask, and what exactly would we be looking for funding? So, in a perfect world, you would get everything that you're asking as far as this, but is there something that you think is a more immediate ask, and do you have ideas? Because I know in the past you've come to the board and you've had great ideas on how we're funding a lot of the asks that you have. So do you have any of those thoughts?
Yeah, I would say that the assistant director is definitely the number one ask. If we're going to go down and start to set priorities, I would say that the next one is, in fact, the district-wide ITA 2 position, because I think that's so important to support and sustain instruction. Then I would probably have to definitely go with the title increases, the title upgrades, and then finally the third, the tech, excuse me.
And funding-wise, is this something that you'd want us to add into your operating budget, or are there grants? I know that you've in the past been very resourceful on getting grants.
When it comes to hardware and infrastructure, yes, there's a lot more opportunity for us to be creative. In terms of personnel, I would am looking forward to working directly with Dr. Hines and Ms. O'Hara to understand all the different opportunities by which we could afford it. I guess that was my time was up.
You didn't have an answer. That was John Johnner. He cut you off. Okay, thank you. Mr. Smith, and then Deborah.
Yeah. Thanks so much for the presentation. And, I just want to say that I have a lot of professional experience in a lot of this stuff, and just having first had access to the systems over the last 6 months or so. I've been quite impressed with how you actually have all the infrastructure and all the cloud services set up. Pretty much like exactly how many companies are trying to get to today. So congratulations, and just I think you guys have been doing a great job. And looking through this, just how the infrastructure is laid out in these charts is very well done. So congratulations on that. My question is, the board, at the request of the audit committee, had hired a consultant to do a NIST cybersecurity framework risk analysis. And I'm wondering, presumably they're working with you, or that process is or will be starting. Do you have any sense or expect that there's going to be findings and recommendations from that? And if that's the case, how would that play into the staff you have and the staff that you're asking for?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I can't talk about the process so far. We're going to be meeting with a kickoff meeting with the auditors, I believe, on Thursday of this week. I've already had a kickoff meeting internally and created all the formal structures by which my staff will report out to the NIST framework that's being measured or audited. So those things are in place and in process. In terms of speculation, I'd rather not speculate, but what I can do is probably say that I have a high level of confidence knowing the diligence that we do every day in the layered approach that we put in place. I'm sure that there's going to be areas that need to be strengthened because this is all new, but I think that the board will be happy with the report, and understand the areas that we'll continue to strive to make perfect.
Should guys follow up? Yeah, or do you want to go around again? Okay, so I have actually one other quick question relating to that, because I was skimming all of these charts that you have. One thing I didn't see, and you don't have to get into specifics because it's cybersecurity related, is thinking about the data leaks that we had in Manhasset and whatnot. One thing I didn't see here is if you have any like automation systems to detect PII in the wrong places, and making sure that it's not in fact in those wrong places and is only in the right places with the correct security measures in place.
So I would put that under, if we were going to look at it, and I'll quickly just go to, I think it should be 11, cybersecurity. I would put it under MS Essentials, and under Azure and that component. I would say that we have, that is a sophisticated thing. We are in the process of bringing the full cybersecurity team online and developing that out. So we've done some things, like for instance, we've invoked that, but because it's not fully tuned, it sees a lot of data as like a tax ID. So there's still work to be done, but there is the framework and the overall system resources to tune that, and we're working directly with the district DPO to begin that process. And honestly, I'm excited about the audit because it's going to help us understand where the gaps are, and then we can target our approach, because I know that there's areas we're very strong. So yeah, it's just part of what we understand is, again, the new normal, and I was an English teacher. I did go and educate myself. I started my own software company, and I won't go over my resume, but it's a new world, and we're definitely reacting quickly to it, but we don't have everything, I can say that.
Got it, great. Well, thanks for staying on top of it, and we look forward to the audit results, and look forward to continuing this conversation.
Yeah, this is probably famous last words, but like I will do anything I can to protect this district so that we don't become another number in like some of our colleagues.
I think that's all you can do.
You have my commitment in that.
Ms. Brooks. Thank you. So thank you for the presentation. I know you guys work really hard, and that your responsibilities
are increasing day by day. When we were discussing the one-to-one initiative, I remember saying, I have an article open, I wanted to refer to it, that we were opening Pandora's box, because the more we started to rely on technology, the more we would continue to rely on technology and to use the technology, and that would require more expenditures, more keeping up. I think more than anything else we've ever had to do. So one of the questions I have is, are the teachers driving the increased use? Are you finding that your department is becoming so busy because there's curriculum or staff driving this? Or is it the industry that's kind of pushing you with the changes within the industry to have more responsibilities? And I realize the responsibilities are what they are. I'm just curious as to what's driving it in the district.
Well, I guess we can't forget the backdrop of how we got here and the pandemic and the expectations that were placed on the educational system and the teachers to react to this and provide instruction to students, even if it's what it was. I would say, though, that it's probably, like most things, it's more than one way. I would say that the teachers are driving it internally. So they have a say in the selection of the software. They have a say in the training on the software. They speak to the building ITAs and the technical team in every building, and they react to support the teachers in their ideas. It's driven through the Ed Foundation grants that bring innovation. It happens in every classroom, quite honestly, individualized, both, let's say, for their class, but also the teacher's instructional style. But then I would say a larger way that it is being driven. I think that there is a global expectation that education has been monetized and that our students are commodities to become the best commodity in the world. And we're no longer, if we look at some of the charts again, and some I could give to you showing the investment in devices across the globe and the increase of use and utilizations across the globe, it's the global competition that is happening. And then, of course, where there's a market that's growing, investment comes. And so it fuels itself moving forward. So it's an interesting time. Again, I'm not editorializing, but just saying what it is or how I see it.
Because I'm wondering if this is something that's necessary to support curriculum. This is really what I'm getting at.
That's what it sounded like.
Yeah. As opposed to just the back end keeping the district secure. This seems to sound like a crucial part of curriculum. That's just why I was asking if the teachers were driving it, or if the teachers were saying, no, we want to go back to pre-pandemic when we didn't have the one-to-one. We liked it better then. That's why I was trying to understand where this was going.
I think that the teacher would say it's a fair statement that, and I don't necessarily want to speak for them, but that we should move together, forward together, and that the pace we had to keep is not a normal pace, and it's not a normal growth cycle. And so we have to get on a normal growth cycle, and yes, they inform us of what that can be.
I have another question. So I read about the increasing the Wi-Fi density. So this question won't come as a surprise to you, knowing who I am, right? What my focus is from the past. Can our infrastructure support that, number one? Or will that incur additional cost? And number two, will it impact the health of the students and the staff to increase the Wi-Fi density? And will that incur any additional cost, if you can foresee anything?
So part of the goal to increase Wi-Fi in locations as well as density, also baked into that is that the infrastructure has to keep pace with that. because it's an end-to-end solution. If we get these great things that people can join these access points, but there's a bottleneck somewhere in the network, those access points are rendered useless. So it definitely is an end-to-end solution, but can also happen over 2 years, if you will. In terms of density, what we're talking about is not that we're going to have 6 access points in a classroom. We'll still only have 1, but the technology allows us to have multiple bands running at the same time. So, and this is a little wonky, but you'll be able to have a device that connects at one data rate, because that's how sophisticated that can be, and then we can have other devices that connect at a different data rate, and they will be seen as on different networks, if you will. It's a little bit difficult for me to kind of put it in a box, but it allows us to grow without expanding the Wi-Fi in terms of the number of radios. And no, I don't anticipate, obviously, maybe it's not obvious, but it's obvious to me as a parent and an educator that I would not advocate for something that would put somebody's health at risk. And it is, I think that mobility is going to be part of the way that we work as we move into the future. I think that if inflation continues, we need to understand what that looks like and what kind of devices we select. And I think that that's all woven together and needs to be part of our conversations through the budget process.
I have one more question. If we can't fund all 4 of these positions, will there be and I understand your priority in the 2 positions, will there be a weak link that you're coming to us with 4 positions? What is the consequence of not being able to fund 2 of those positions or 3 of them? And I realize it's probably a personnel issue, but will it also stress the system?
Well, I'll answer it this way in terms of the priority. Priority 1 is a priority 1 because there will be a weak link, and I feel like it will be me. That I can no longer do all the things that are being requested of me at the level that I need to do them at. I need to do them like this presentation. I cannot do it any other way. I need to do it in the most thorough, accurate, detailed, professional, successful way. I just can't do it any other way. And I know that the time it takes for this complexity and to do it at the elegant way to support all these teachers and students, to reduce the panic and upsetment from parents, to have the board believe in me so that the department is funded. I just can't do it any other way. So I'm asking for the department, for the district, but also for myself to exist in this role moving forward.
Thank you. Dr. Block.
Just one quick question. The work that you've done is amazing, and so thank you for putting everything together so quickly and making it run so smoothly. I didn't think it could be done, but you made it happen. One thing I noticed here is that there's, in the cloud services, there's email, Office 365, Zoom, and Google. It seems to me most organizations that I work with have one of those things, not all of them, and it seems to add to the complexity of your job to have multiple ones. I also saw that there was Apple computers and PCs. So is there a reason for that? And then is there a trajectory to be in a uniform place, which I think would add to some simplicity?
Well, I mean, with many of these things, there's a bit of a story involved. And like, so for instance, with the Google and Zoom piece, they overlap insofar as Meet and the Zoom capabilities. And when the pandemic started, there was a tremendous desire or push that echoed constantly that we needed Zoom. We needed Zoom, that Google Meet was not what we needed. So we responded as a district to that, and we implemented Zoom. Now, through the process, we reevaluate every year, and that will happen again. Insofar as Google Apps for Education, if we can still call it that, versus Office 365, We have both a corporate structure as well as an instructional structure. I would say that Google really satisfies the instructional structure, but we don't limit access to the corporate tools from our teachers and students, because as they move through the grade levels and they go into secondary and commencement, they need to be college and career ready. So although Google Apps for Education, Sheets, and Docs and all that is great, we also want them to have the full Microsoft Suite experience as they go through 9th to 12. So there is a progression and a migration. Insofar as the hardware, I'm a believer that, environment is curriculum, and instructionally or technologically, I found in my years that way back in the day when I got my first laptop and it cost $3,500, I realized the difference that selecting that device, having that with me, did for me, and how it changed my work habits and improves my ability to be productive and efficient. So I do extend to my administrators what kind of device that they prefer, but we also do select the best device, or at least we believe it's the best device, in so much as what we can afford, of course, as a backdrop, for the different grade levels. So as you know, we have pre-K through first grade using iPads, 2 through 12 using Chromebooks, and then in certain circumstances, we had students that had to use CAD programs and things like this, so we had to extend Microsoft laptops to them. So they're all rationalized. What needs to be uniform is the management of that, and that's where the cloud services come in, and that's the migration that we're going through.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So thank you. I'm very clear on how hard you're working and how hard the whole team is working. It seems to me that just a natural consequence of having a better technology infrastructure and more instructional technology available is that the job is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And although we added this one-to-one initiative, which added a lot of technology last year, this is a trajectory we've been on already. And I want to remind everybody, you've given the board several presentations in the past. I think the last one was just pre-pandemic. And you updated us, and I'm not going to do you justice because I'm going to give you a one-line summary. It was a really detailed, fantastic presentation, but essentially the message was, I think you've been here 8 years now? Okay, 9. I lost a year in the pandemic, but when you got here, we were essentially in the dark ages, technology-wise. And you've been in this role for this whole period of time, and we were very fortunate because when the pandemic hit, you had recently updated us that we had gone from this behind the times, in the dark ages period, to really being ahead of the curve in terms of technology as compared to a lot of other school districts, with the exception of that we didn't have a one-to-one initiative at that point. So we're looking at your role, you're sitting in the same seat, starting with technology of the dark ages, up through we're ahead of the curve, now we have a one-to-one initiative, now that we have exponentially more devices in everybody's hands. I'm sold that you definitely need a backup on this and that we should have more administrative aid to you. This is kind of the perfect presentation because it's very easy to be persuaded when there are no numbers attached to anything, right? It's so easy for all of us to say, oh yeah, like Ryan's fantastic and we know he needs help and we're good. So I'm looking forward to, as we continue the rest of the budget conversation, I know some reality has to sink in for all of us, but I wanted to thank you for all your hard work, and I hear what you're saying to us, which is the number one priority is really number one, double underlined in bold, very important with stars all around it, and hopefully we can do the other ones as well. Thank you.
Before we go to, did you have any more questions from Malcolm? Nope, okay.
Okay, I guess I'm last. So thank you, Ryan, for presenting this. This was incredibly thorough, as everyone has said. And I'm going to end how we kind of started with Emily's question.
in funding. You have been very creative in order to get different bonds and financial assistance for it. And I think I heard you say that funding for hardware, potentially even broadband, Wi-Fi, things of that nature, may be more apt and easy, and personnel is where you are. Do you have a sense from all of the FCC bills that are coming out, as well as the potential New York State infrastructure bill, right, that is supposed to support this, how much of your funding for hardware and needs of that nature will be handled just from your operating expenses? I understand the technology budget is tremendous and everything costs so much more than it should. But I'm just understanding if you have an idea of funding from those outside sources for hardware, just to give us perspective from a personnel standpoint. And in addition to that, my other last question on there is, I do see that you mention here on one-to-one devices, a leveraging of long-term 0% lease to purchase to support. Is that a lease to purchase for students, or is that how we're currently structured for one-to-one?
So currently, we're not structured that way for one-to-one, so we have these huge expenditures, as you guys know very well, through the pandemic. So we have these huge blips, and then the budget drops down. What I'd like to see is a more uniform year-to-year investment rather than these spikes. So if we can leverage some of the funding sources like E-rate or Smart Bond, as well as a lease to purchase. Some of those contracts also have like written in the contract the amount they'll buy back every device as well. So that is a piece of it. The other side, in terms of the federal funding, I was involved with some of the stuff that happened, like the rescue fund and in the spring. I don't know if that's still future active, like you can still lean on it into the future. I know that there's some other discussion, and central office has been great in communicating their work on trying to get all the information to analyze it, and I think that work is still in play. So I don't have a direct answer for that one, but it is a topic of conversation as we try to refine this. This is very much, the vision I think is clear. The steps that we need to get there are something that we're still working together, and I'm still getting numbers as I work with our inside and outside integrators, get quotes from all our vendors, so stay tuned.
I appreciate that, thank you. And I, again, appreciate all the work that you guys have put forward to bring us to where we are today. I think Rachel's description of the dark ages to the Renaissance, as you brought us into, we do appreciate that, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. If we have no more questions, I am guessing that you will be working with Ms. O'Hara as we continue the budget planning process, and I imagine, Ms. O'Hara, you will go to the budget committee initially and present, proposals. So we look forward to hear more about the costs and how, if we can fund your ask. But thank you very much for your presentation and for coming here this evening. Thank you. Okay. Look at that, you got a copy. Okay, so board, I'm just making a slight change. We would be going on to committee reports right now, but I've noticed that we have, under consent agenda, we have an award of tenure. So if you go to item 11.4 under the consent agenda, I would just like to take a moment and highlight this for a second and ask that, so the recommendation is that it be resolved that the Board of Education, on recommendation of the superintendent, awards tenure to the following individuals. So we have teacher assistants, effective January 24th, Jennifer Lamb from Salem. Jennifer DeLuca with Daly. And Melissa Scup have thanks, Scott, from SUSA. Thank you for your service so far. I do want to point out to the board as well, and for if you're here, we will be formally celebrating you at our May tenure reception, but congratulations on your awards of tenure. Okay, so, sorry guys, we're going back now. So we are going to move on to committee reports, and Ms. Brooks, you are first with policy and personnel.
Thank you. So we met last month on November 17th. For the personnel update, very tragically, our high school psychologist passed away. And so the position was posted, hiring process will be conducted over the next couple of months. A substitute is currently in place. Policy 5100 attendance, we had some edits suggested to us. We have the revised document being reviewed by the principals for their feedback, and this document will be brought back next week for our continued discussion. We have policy 2710, communication among individual board members, a potential new policy. Our school district attorney believes we didn't need the policy, and so we decided not to adopt it. Equity, inclusivity, and diversity came back into the committee. After meeting with NYU Metro, the policy is going to go to the administrators to be worked on, and then a recommendation will come to the committee at a future meeting. There were some sexual harassment policies that have been reviewed and revised. Those policies are also going to come back in December 15th with our attorney present to answer some board member questions. We introduced the concept of a grading policy, and it's now with our administrators, Dr. Maioli and Dr. Hines, to draft a policy using a NISPA template and some other policies, and they'll bring that to our committee for recommendation. Policy 2110, I believe, is on tonight for first reading, school board powers and duties. The policy had been revised according to the recommended NISPA template that's the New York State School Boards Association, and it has an accompanying exhibit, which is actually on the agenda tonight as well. And then finally, the Citizens Advisory Committee, that is on for first reading. We had revised some language in there to reflect the expectation of how committee members should comport themselves when they are when they're not board members, but they are community members. And that information has been posted to board docs. The additional, I'm just trying to find where I have it in here.
It's in italics, I think,
It's in
right?
italics, but there was some minor language that was tweaked in addition to that. And the language in question was committee members are expected to conduct themselves in a manner that is not counterproductive to the mission, and we added, and business of the committee, and then we added, and or school districts. I just wanted to be transparent with that. It's not, it was not the exact language discussed in the committee, but it was revised, put onto board docs for the public to see, and that's what's on for first read. Oh, and then, let me go back, and so we will be meeting, our next meeting is next week, December 15th at 9:30 in the morning.
Thank you. And I just want to continue with regards to the policy and personnel conversation. So at our last meeting, Dr. Block, you requested that we have homework policy discussed, and I mentioned that we were going to be trying to find where on the agenda we would be able to get it. In planning agendas with Dr. Hines, I am suggesting that we put homework policy back into the policy committee and have the policy committee schedule a meeting, Ms. Brooks, if that's possible. We have received the PGCD committee's review and report and their suggestions. I would recommend that we as a board take, or the committee actually, first takes this report and the policy that we have in hand and discuss it, and then bring it back to the board. So that's my recommendation. I don't know if the board has any objections to that, but I think it belongs in policy. Ms. Melconian.
At some iteration in that, I thought that there was a conversation of it being joint with curriculum.
My recommendation is that it goes right to policy only, in that curriculum already had their conversation, and it was regarding what is homework, and we've received the information that Dr. Mioli gave us. We could include that information in the meeting, whatever recommendations, but this now belongs, this is a policy, this is a board policy, and I think policy should discuss it, come back to the board with their suggestion on changes of policy. Ms. Gilliard, do you have anything to add to that?
Honestly, I think it could go either way. I mean, we did have the first conversation as a joint policy curriculum committee. I don't have any problem with having policy have the conversation as long as the entirety of the board has input into it. That would be the argument for having it as a joint committee meeting / work session. Would be, I know it's a topic that a lot of people feel passionate about, but the last time we discussed it, we were discussing it without the recommendation from PGCD. So we have a lot to discuss there and to look at whether or not we think our policy should be revised in light of that, and also in light of any feelings from the board.
Ms. Brooks? I don't have to hog it in policy, but I do feel that we have, and I'm not advocating to keep it in policy. It definitely belongs, it has to be a policy component to it. We have the NISPA template, we have a recommendation from BGCD, we have Dr. Maioli's amazing PowerPoint presentation with, I think, the Student Bill of Rights, or the Homework Bill of Rights, and I think that the committee could certainly work with that. In the end, it's the entire board that has to approve the policy once it's, shot back from policy. So however the majority of the board wants to function is fine with me. I'm ready to take this on. I'm ready to have a work session the way it started. I just need a consensus.
Look, everybody else can weigh in too, but the truth is we did have a joint work session initially, but we were structuring our work sessions differently last year, and it was
All our
really
meetings were work sessions. All our committee meetings were work
right.
sessions.
We just weren't calling them that. But we, the majority of the discussion last time was curriculum based, looking at what it means, what homework means, what's the foundation of this, what's the science behind more homework, less homework, no homework. And I think maybe we should just all refresh ourselves on what that discussion was going into this policy meeting, and then it comes to the full board afterwards. I certainly trust Ms. Brooks to handle this.
And Dr. Block and Ms. Melconian there.
Yes, but you're chairing it. I was not implying that I didn't trust the rest of the committee.
But I trust them, so. Okay, so we'll move it to policy. Thank you. Moving on to the next committee report, budget, I believe, is next.
Okay. So budget did meet this past month, right, Emily? And Julie? So we met on November 15th, and we had a major presentation from John Grillo, who is the district's architect. And his firm, in conjunction with Mr. Restano, submitted to us a capital plan. And the capital plan is, I would say, largely consists of two major types of projects, ventilation and air conditioning, and building envelope, essentially roofs and windows. The total of all of the projects together was roughly $67 million. What we did is we asked the administration to go back to the architect, and I don't think we've seen it yet, but we asked them to provide breaking the ventilation into two phases, which is the electrical infrastructure, which would be required across the district to basically power all of these new projects, as well as actually putting in the infrastructure inside of the classrooms and the offices, so basically the small spaces. And then the major, phase two would be to air condition the major spaces, but we would have had the infrastructure done in phase one. Separately, regarding the roofs, they're going to give us a schedule of all of the remaining envelope projects, kind of the timeline to do it, how much it's going to cost, and ideally, rather than giving us one proposal of $67 million, which is a little bit unmanageable, we would see maybe over a 10-year period what the roadmap would be in manageable chunks to fund that. Now, assuming that the board, and this will be a future conversation, actually chooses to fund this, we will need to discuss if we're going to fund it through capital reserve, transfer to capital or bond, or some combination of all of the above. Again, not discussions for today, but we don't have in our hands, or really through any operating budget source, the funds to pay for these improvements. The architect did tell us that these projects, particularly the ventilation projects, are happening at all of the districts in the area. He's seeing 4 to 6 major districts a year starting a major ventilation project. So the sense was that this is something that at some point in the relatively near future we're going to have to face, and it's more of a question of when rather than if. Any questions on that topic before I go to the next one? No?
I do have a question. So this is your time frame. This is the period, as Mr. Maloney said earlier, that we are going into budget planning season. And so there was a discussion at the budget committee about a bond and whether or not that bond would be 60 million to, smaller. There was a discussion on whether or not we would be forming a capital reserve fund, which all of this information needs to go to a public vote, right? We can't, even if we wanted to form a capital reserve, we would have to put that on the May vote. Okay.
So my sense is that it's a little bit like cart before the horse to think about those conversations now, because what we really need to do is come up with what the plan is and what the dollars we would need on a realistic schedule. So I don't think we could possibly contemplate between now and May talking about creating a capital reserve or we don't have the numbers necessarily.
We have to contemplate if we're putting it for vote.
Or it could be the following May also.
Or you could put the following, but
yeah, I think it's something we have to talk about.
I'm just saying we need to, right.
You know what I'm saying? But like, rather than thinking about the schedule, that's what I'm saying, like cart before the, do you disagree? Because realistically, maybe that's a Kathy question rather than a me question, yeah.
No, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I'm just pointing out that these are big conversations that we're gonna, and this is the timing-wise to be having them. I'm not saying what should happen, but I just wanted to make sure we all understood.
Got it. And then I think Emily had something to say. Or sorry, Julie had something to say also.
I was just going to add, I think that we were going to talk about capital reserve again as we go down our budget process and look at our plan as you were kind of outlining. So this is just an introduction to the concept and the idea of it all.
But I think certainly whatever we do, just so everyone who's watching or listening understands, the community would have to approve any avenue that we take. So before we would ask the community to do that, we really need to ascertain what we're asking them for. Yeah.
And at the next budget and facilities meeting, we'll be talking about the bonds. We met with our bond council and spoke about the impact it would have on the district.
Yeah, and I think, Kathy, we had also talked about at that meeting, you could potentially bring us maybe a one-pager kind of outlining the bond that we're finishing off, the upcoming bond that's currently in the ban, and then what our capacity would be to kind of keep that on a revolving basis without a tax impact.
So we currently have debt that will be falling off in 23, 24. So the construction that we did, that the $69 million bond, that will actually have new debt that will be coming on in 23, 24. So this would actually be additional money. So there are a lot of different things to consider.
Okay, so hopefully we can see all that in a great. Okay, so then the next topic that we talked about, and we actually had a quite detailed presentation from Mr. Restano as well, regarding playgrounds, and we saw a presentation showing pretty much every piece of playground equipment in the district. Mr. Restano talked about how the district maintains the playgrounds, and by maintain, we mean they perform the operating maintenance on the playground, they repair them, up until the point that the equipment is no longer safe or repairable, at which point historically we have looked to the parent organizations, HSAs and PTAs, to replace the irreparable equipment. So what we talked about doing was, number one, a theoretical conversation about whether or not that's the correct methodology, which again, I think will be a future conversation. But what Mr. Rossano did promise us was to create a schedule of the equipment we have, creating a baseline of what is the oldest acceptable equipment, setting a base year, a standard year, maybe 2012, and then create a multi-year plan with a cost to bring all of the playgrounds into I guess, the modern age, making sure that they're safe, so we won't have equipment that becomes irreplaceable at unexpected times, as seems to be happening with the aging equipment. No commitments on that, just we'd like to see that schedule, so in the budget process, we can talk about if there's a way to modernize and keep that equipment up to date. Those were the two major topics that we talked about, and that's it.
Okay, and keeping in line with my adding agenda items. So, Mr. Smith, I am asking that the Budget and Facilities Committee review, we have a presentation, a proposal, the board has been given a proposal by Dr. Hines regarding live streaming and not doing live streaming and switching it to homeschool instruction. So we've all received it, right? Everybody has seen it. So I'm asking that Budget and Facilities at your next meeting on December 20th, please address also, or look and see, can the district fund Dr. Hines' proposal? And if so, how would we do it? And what would be the recommendation of the Budget and Facilities Committee regarding that? Because as we know, homeschooling is at a cost. Live streaming has already been funded, but we know that Dr. Hines is recommending that we switch our approach. So if we could please add that to our December 20th agenda.
Consider it added.
Okay, moving on to the next committee report, curriculum. Ms. Gilliar.
So we actually haven't had a curriculum committee meeting per se, but we have had a work session of the board focused on curriculum. So I guess I'll tell everybody about that. So we met on November 19th, and we had a speaker, Dr. Jean Painter, who is the author of a book called Teach to Develop Talent. She's also been hired as a consultant by the district to do various things with our teachers, including some professional development as part of our curriculum mapping that we're tackling this year. She was a very interesting speaker, and I urge everybody to go back and watch her. Oh, and our next curriculum committee meeting is on December 17th, and the topic is graduation rates.
Thank you. And so you don't feel left out, I have a question. We recently have had conversations with some community members, and I've had conversations, as I said, with some of our bargaining units, and who have told me that they are working on our district goals, one of which is curriculum mapping. So I'm requesting that at future meetings, now I know this December meeting we have the graduation rates, but I'm requesting at future meetings we have a discussion on the progress that we have made as a district on curriculum mapping. So if possible, we could add, what curriculum maps have been done. I actually was asked recently what are curriculum maps too, so I don't remember at what point we've discussed that, but if we could also just maybe do a recap on that and the progress that we have made so far in achieving our goals. See, didn't want you to feel left out.
Noted.
Just waking everybody up. Okay, is there a report from the audit committee?
Not this time. Our next meeting is January 25th at 9 a.m.
And there is no report from the legislative task force. Our next meeting is on January 13th at 9:30 a.m. Okay, we are going, I need make a motion, someone to make a motion to approve the meeting minutes, and I will list the meeting minutes. November 9th through 2021 BOE meeting, November 19th, special BOE curriculum work session, November 15th, budget and facilities committee meeting, policy and personnel committee meeting of 10:20, and policy and personnel committee meeting minutes of 11:17. Do I have a motion? Ms. Brooks, do I have a second? Dr. Block, I saw your hand. All in favor? 7-0. Thank you. Okay. Moving on, we're on to our consent agenda. Does anyone have any questions on consent agenda before we go to consent? Before we do that, so we have no questions, right? Okay. Before we do that, I want to before we go and vote on consent, I want to just point out and thank the donations that are being recognized tonight. Weber HSA for the purchase of a kiln, Marilyn E. Sittner for a donation to the Carolyn Heath Memorial Latin Scholarship, Sousa HSA for a first grade field trip to the Cradle of Aviation, Daly, Guggenheim, Manor Haven, Salem, Sousa, Weber, and Schreiber HSA's PTAs for their donations to the pre-K program, Leo Ullman for the donation to the Leadership Scholarship to honor past superintendents, and Mrs. Scott Horan for her donation of a drum set at South Salem. So, may I please have a motion to go into vote for approval at items 11.1 to 11.7.3. Ms. Epstein, second by Ms. Melkonian. Do we have a vote? Yay, nay? 7-0. Thank you, everybody. Okay, moving on along. Wait, I got lots of pages to change. Okay, so we have item number 12 is board policy. We have on for approval board policy number 1000, community relations. Community relations goals. Sorry. We have policy 2110 and 2110-E, school board powers and duties, and policy 2260, citizens advisory committees. The first one, policy 1000, is on for adoption with the recommendation of the superintendent. Correct, Ms. Brooks? I'm correct. So do I have a motion for adoption of that policy? Ms. Brooks, do I have a second? Mr. Smith, everybody in favor? 7-0. Okay. Policy for first reading with the recommendation of the superintendent is policy number 2110 to 2110-E, which is school board powers and duties. -E is the exhibit, correct, Ms. Brooks? And policy 2260 is the citizens advisory committees. Are there any comments on any of these policies? Mr. Smith.
So I'd like to discuss policy 2110, which is regarding school board powers and duties. And I brought this up before, but the school board has powers and duties that are ascribed to it by law, by precedent, and by judicial action. We have powers and duties, and we have things that are not our powers and duties. We also have a certain degree of discretion. But at the end of the day, we don't need a policy describing our powers and duties because our powers and duties are what they are under the law. So I understand that there's a rationale to make the policy so that people understand what the powers and duties of the school board are, which can be solved in many ways other than creating a policy. We could link to the NYSBA website, which has it and explains it in multiple places. We could post an article. We could make a video. There's many things we could do to explain to the community what the school board does. If we create the policy, even if it states that this doesn't expressly limit our rights, we are creating the possibility that if us or a future board wants to act in a way that is not outlined in the document, that it could be reason for pushback, reason for board members to try to convince other board members to quote unquote stay in their lane. It could be reason for staff to push back on the board for becoming involved in something that the board feels it should become involved in. So I personally think, regardless of what NYSBA may or may not recommend, it's irresponsible and, more importantly, entirely unnecessary for us to create this policy. And I don't think we should create a policy that's unnecessary, that potentially limits or makes it more difficult for us to act as a board. That's all.
So since this policy is on for first reading, my recommendation, Ms. Brooks, is that you take this feedback back to the committee. Perhaps it might be helpful to invite our attorney. Oh, he's coming to the next meeting, perfect.
He'll be here.
So maybe you can have that discussion with our attorney. I think what I'm hearing, Mr. Smith's concern is that if we have a policy, we are going to be limiting our powers or limiting our ability to do some. Is that what your concern is? Yes?
Even if we're not legally limiting it, we're potentially creating an obstacle to us acting out our powers, and we already have those powers. So I just don't see a reason to create a policy enumerating powers that we already have. And my comments, I think, were already sent back to the policy committee, so I'm not necessarily sure that there's any reason to do that. So I think this might be the opportunity to discuss it, and if the board is in favor of the policy, like, I'll move on, but I don't necessarily think it needs to go that. I mean, we already sent it back.
You're right. This will be the second time. It doesn't bother me if that's, but there was a suggestion that the attorney is going to be there anyway, and maybe he can provide some insight as to whether this should be on our books or not, and then the policy committee can make an assessment out of his recommendation and maybe decide, no, we don't want it after all. We have this insight from our council, or yeah, we're going to bring it back here a third time. It's not going to stop us, our ability to be able to do any business if it bounces back into the committee. I have no problem taking it there. I would like to hear from my other committee members to see how they feel. Oh, and Dr. Shields, yes, of course.
I just want to make a comment that we already do have a policy of 2110. So you're not creating a new one, you're just revising an old one. So on the books, we already have policy 2110. The committee decided it wanted to update the policy, which is dated October 15th, 1991. And that's what the new language is in the policy that's come before the board now twice.
Which in fact, I think gave more explicit information, right? And I think the current policy that we have is very vague or broad, right? And
It's very broad in nature, but so is the new policy
Right.
that's being recommended.
But with this time,
what
we were
makes it
adding
unique is we're
exhibits.
adding
We're
an
adding the
exhibit,
exhibits, right.
which gives sample powers that the
Right.
board has.
Dr. Block, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, what I want to say is that I think we brought it back to the policy committee. I'm not sure that any tweaks or any changes are going to change the way that the vote is going to turn out. I think it makes sense. I think the policy committee has lots of things to do, and that spending time on something where further discussion isn't going to change the content of the vote, I don't think makes sense. So I'd like to make a motion to vote on it now. That is my motion.
But technically, thank you, but that's my question I have for, I guess, it's only on for first reading, so we don't vote, so I guess.
No, we don't vote now.
Right, so I guess
It's
the
just on for
motion is,
first
let's
reading.
move it on for the next reading, final reading, the next one. Right, that's when we vote, so that, okay.
Yes, motion for a final read.
Okay, so is everybody in agreement? We've heard Mr. Smith's objections, but is everybody in agreement that we move this through to the next final adoption?
Just a point of clarification. So I know it went back to committee already, but the attorney wasn't present in the committee, right?
The attorney was not present in the committee, that's correct.
So I see Mr. Smith's argument. I see the opposite side of that as well, because I think we're having this explicit conversation in public, that we all understand that this is not the full scope of the responsibilities and duties, and I think it's important that we're all noting that it can be outside of it. And I think it's noted in the policy, but I do understand the argument of why would we use policy to make things explicit that don't need to be made explicit, and in fact are actually not necessarily making things explicit if there are things not listed in the policy that also are the powers and duties of a school board member. Sorry, that was a long sentence, Emily. But I guess my point is, and I don't sit on this committee, but my sense would be, if we have a board member who is concerned and he thinks he would benefit from some attorney input, then we should let that happen. Ironically, to this discussion, the lack of this explicit policy is not impacting our responsibilities, powers, or duties at all. And so there's kind of no reason not to take the extra time.
Okay, here's my suggestion. The next meeting is December 15th. You're going to have the attorney there. Ask the attorney, our next board meeting is January 11th. It would come for final reading or adoption on January 11th. So we would still be doing the same thing. Ask the question, if, you have the right, obviously, not to vote to adopt the policy if you're against it, and we can bring it to a vote, okay? Because it is all kind of.
That's a great suggestion, because if there's no change to the policy,
Correct.
This first reading can stand, and it can still go on for final, but they can still discuss it. Brilliant.
So
That's why
can
we
I
pay
ask-
you big bucks.
Can I ask a question to the attorney as a non-committee member if I attend the meeting?
Yeah, I think you have in the past too, right? So if you send, you can even ask beforehand. You can ask, and you can send him, and then it can be reported at the meeting. So long as what you're doing behind the scenes is reported at the meeting, it's transparent. And because I was actually going to suggest to Dr. Shields that you give Howard Miller the heads up that this is a question coming his way, so he's prepared to answer it at the committee meeting, and we don't take longer at the committee meeting to have the discussion. Thank you, everybody. Okay, we're going on to old business, community comment, questions and answers. Okay, questions number 1 through 3 that I am going to read were from a community member and here they are. Does the board agree that academic achievement has decreased this year relative to prior years, particularly at the elementary level? And if so, what additional oversight, if any, are you taking to ensure the administration is taking this seriously and responds appropriately? How will the board measure success or failure of the administration in this regard? If the board does not agree that academic achievement has suffered at the elementary level, what data have you reviewed to come to this judgment? The answer to this question is that the board has increased the number of AIS teachers that we put in our budget last year. So the board did recognize, I guess the answer is, that there was academic achievement needed or help in academic achievement. So we added AIS teachers in our past budget. We provided summer schooling, and we continue to assess any instruction that has been lost through meeting topics and committee reports. As a matter of fact, I think in one of our upcoming January meetings, we will be getting an update regarding the ARP funds, which is where we did all the summer programs and the outcomes from providing those increased funds. So the board is continuing to assess, and the board does recognize that the pandemic did create problems. The administration, more importantly, has also put funding behind that, or recommended funding to the board, and they also are behind making sure that our students are brought up to speed. We were also asked a question, have we given thoughts to revisit the mask mandate? When does this end? When do we go back to normal? And has the board been given a deadline? The state has issued the mask mandate is the answer. And as a board, just to reiterate, I don't know if this question was asked before, not knowing that we had written a letter, but the board did send a letter to our legislators and the governor asking for metrics and for when the exit ramp is, or is there a plan for an exit ramp? So we are continuing, unfortunately, to follow the mandate of the state, but we are advocating for an exit ramp. Next question, number 5. In response to a question at our October 12th board meeting, a question was asked that we look at class size reports for classes under 15 and over 30 and revert back to the policy as it stood in 2013. Dr. Hines, do you have information on that data that we asked?
I do. I asked Dr. Mealy to compile information related to this question, specifically at Schreiber. And to date, we have close to 40 classes that are under 15 students. Many classes are actually lower than 10 students. We have 11 classes over 30 students, and as we know, we have a 9th grade cohort that is pretty large for sure. And it certainly is taking place in some of those 9th grade classes. But when you compare the number of classes under 15 with the number of classes over 30, we have close to 4 times the amount that are under 15. So that's where we are at this moment.
Thank you. Okay, so the final question that we're going to discuss tonight is a question that we got at our last board meeting. The question is, in 2019, the board wrote a letter to strongly mandate against the HPV and flu vaccines. Governor Hochul is leaving all options on the table about vaccine mandates. For all the same reasons in the 2019 letter, will the board proactively write in opposition to a mandate for COVID shots for school attendance? Now, board, I answered all the other questions before. Dr. Hines answered the last one because these are questions that we've all addressed in the past and we've talked about and we've funded. This particular question I cannot answer on behalf of the board unless we as a board discuss how we want to address this. We did hear earlier from a community member, Ms. Beth Weisberg, who was on the board when we wrote this letter, who actually wrote the letter and signed the letter. And in fact, she did tell us that the reasons for when we did it. I'm going to add, since I was on the board at the time, that it was a very different time in 2019 as we are in 2021. In fact, I think if we would have known what we would be going into, I don't know, the board may have had a different conversation. I also want to point out that Ms. Weisberg was correct. We had just come out of the measles vaccine no longer being allowed to have a religious exemption. And she was right. We were literally pulling students out of classes and having to have them be taken out of school because they were not vaccinated. So it was an administrative burden at the time. We also have a change in the board. There were 7 board members, and now of those 7 board members, 4 of us. All right, 3 of us, sorry, 3 of us that are on this board right now were on the board in 2019. So I don't think that we can make the same statements. So I'm asking for conversation and what suggestions you as a board may have. I have one more thing to add. In our legislative task force update that I gave maybe last meeting or 2 meetings ago, I did point out that I did meet with Assemblywoman Sility, and I did meet with State Senator Anna Kaplan. I did ask them at the time, where are you with this bill? Where do you stand? Both were adamant that they were not in support of a bill for a vaccine that was not fully approved by the FDA and not recommended by the CDC Advisory Committee on vaccinations. So I have that background information, and I'm just now asking for the rest of our opinions. Oh, Ms. Brooks.
So I'll go first. I'm not sure if the ask was to approach the governor and ask the governor not to mandate, or the legislature not to pass what is currently pending. So I'm just going to go with the legislature because I know there's a text. In the proposed bill, there is explicit language that says that the legislature would not go forward with the legislation until and unless the vaccine had full approval from the FDA and that it was on the CDC's approved list. I wrote down somewhere, I'm sorry.
Yes, it's there. I have it too.
It's in the text.
Uh-huh.
So where our legislators are concerned, I'm not quite sure why they would say what they said, because these provisions are built into.
I'm going to answer that question
the
because
bill.
I believe these provisions were made, there were revisions made to this bill. So I think if you look at the bill, when I met with the legislators, that was not
Before.
in there.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so I just want to let the public understand that if you look at the text of the bill, there are those two very important provisions, full FDA approval, and it's on the CDC's approved list or recommended list. Putting all of that aside, because I do believe that the people who know the science should be in charge of the science, I cannot comment onto whether the vaccine is safe or not safe. I don't want to go into that area. I will rely on the FDA and the CDC. So if we were to write a letter, I personally would feel very uncomfortable with language that said, and it's not safe, and it's not this. If we put in, if you were to go forward, it must be under the conditions of being fully approved and vetted by the FDA and the CDC, so forth. So that's my first point. My second point is that if we as a board are being asked to assess the vaccine without going to the legislature, then it's incumbent upon us to get expert testimony from doctors who are epidemiologists or understand the vaccine, if that's what we're being asked to do. I think we are not competent as a board to make scientific determinations. And so we have a lot of pediatricians in our area. We have Dr. Griffin, who is a virologist, who is eminently qualified to speak to us, to educate us, if that is what the community is asking us to do. Short of that, HPV is completely different. It's not communicable within a classroom, within a normal classroom setting by breathing, by improper mask wearing, inappropriate mask wearing. We all know where we are. We all know what happens in the classroom or outside where kids are not wearing their mask properly. We're seeing the numbers skyrocket. It's the science. So I don't want to, because I was part of writing this letter, there is no analogy to the HPV vaccine that I can see, so I really would like to put that off to the side.
Yes, because, and it's completely going against policy, but since we're going to have a conversation. But can you go to the mic, because you won't be recorded.
And then I will get to the flu part.
There you go.
Hi, Regina Marino. Thank you for making the exception. My question was, will you proactively lobby the governor against a mandate for a COVID vaccine based on comments that she has been continually making, that she is leaving all options on the table, and mandate included for our kids? My comparison to the HPV letter that was written back in 2019 had to do with the fact that it was a new vaccine, which, I mean, I don't know, maybe it was 9 years old at the time or something. So that was still considered a new vaccine, and that was one of the reasons given for being opposed to a mandate for that vaccine. So if we want to talk about communicability and whatnot, flu and COVID are maybe more comparable, but it was the administrative issues that would have been involved with the flu vaccine were the reasons why you wrote the letter, that it was too hard to track, it was a seasonable vaccine given in a short amount of time. So my question is really based on the governor's comments, not based on potential legislation. Will you write a letter? Kind of in line with the examples of the letters I sent you guys earlier today, where some other superintendents had advocated for their community interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Were you done, Ms. Murphy?
No, so as I mentioned earlier, there's nothing in the letter that talked about the HPV being new. And so I remember this conversation, that we should not get into the science of it. We were not qualified to talk about. Polio was new at one time. It does not say anything about the newness. It talks about whether it's communicable in the classroom setting. So where the flu, and I can make the analogy to the flu, I think it is our purview to talk about the administrative burden it would put on our staff. I agree with what Beth said, and I was instrumental in helping to write this letter, so I remember it. And I agree that it will put a burden on our staff, and unless they are willing to provide us with, I know our staff is already burdened with what they have right now between the medical office and Dr. Allen's office, so since forever with this pandemic. So unless the state is willing to make sure we have the funding necessary to administer whatever scheme they come up with, to me, that is the primary message that needs to go into the letter. If parents feel that it is scientifically not sound or they want a choice, I think that is an individual choice that they need to communicate to the governor. I believe that the school district should advocate about what the school district has to do in terms of finances and administration. And I do not want to see our staff go into a coma over having to, okay, so this one got vaccinated in March, and this one's due for a booster in May, or whatever it happens to be. That's my gestalt on this.
Thank you. Does anybody else have anything to say? Ms. Epstein. I'm sorry, did you want to go, Dr. Block?
So I feel like this is deja vu all over again, and I feel like this is one of the first new board members' meetings when we all were discussing the guidance that was provided on mask mandates and if we should strongly encourage or not strongly encourage. And I also distinctly remember from that conversation that at the end of the day, we were going to have a population that was very unhappy and a population that was happy. But nobody was 100% happy or pleased with what we were going to do, and we were put in this difficult conversation. In addition to that, I remember that the mask mandate was made very political, and I feel that the vaccine mandate and all of this discussion has been made very political. The people promoting vaccine mandates are politicians, and we have been following the guidance of the New York State Department of Health, Nassau County Department of Health, and the CDC. And I've been very proud of us as a Board of Education for taking a very hard line to try and define how we want to navigate through these really uncharted waters. And the choice that we have taken is to follow the Department of Health, the CDC, and the Nassau County of Department of Health. That being said, those bodies have been silent on vaccine mandates to this point. However, they have not been silent in other arenas about how to keep our students in school with additional mitigating factors, and in addition to that, to have less disruption to have them in school. And I think that's the intent and purpose also of a vaccine mandate once a vaccine is fully established and vetted by the FDA. So Ms. Brooks, to take what you were saying, that we really should, as a school district, advocate for what we do, right? And focus on what we do. I think as a school district, it's our responsibility to remove our students and the safety of our students from the political front, to try and keep kids in school as much as possible, and to provide the best education to them. So with that, I'm actually recommending that we write a letter to our local Department of Health, and we advocate for the test to stay test to stay guidance that they have, where they're saying that if you are an unvaccinated student and you have been in close contact with someone else and deemed a close contact, you have the opportunity to test for 7 days before going to school in order to mitigate and not have a disruption to your attendance to school. I would like us to follow that direction that we've always been following and follow the Department of Health's recommendation and navigate this situation in that manner. I don't feel that it's our responsibility at this time or really that we have enough information, honestly, to make a proactive move to write a letter about a vaccine mandate. I'm not saying that we can't revisit it in the future. I personally have been thinking about this since the day this has been asked, and balancing and weighing and looking how we as a board operate and act. And for this particular instance and in this time, this is where my opinions lie. If the board, however, wants to write a proactive vaccine mandate letter or against the vaccine mandate, I certainly will support the direction and majority of the board.
Dr. Block.
So I tend to think that this is outside of the purview of what the board should be doing. I think there are plenty of places to advocate for, in opposition of a vaccine mandate. I think Senator Kaplan's office is a great place to do it. I think the governor's office is a great place to do it. I don't think the school board is the right place. So I'm not going to support that we write a letter advocating one position or another, because I don't think this is the right place for that.
Mr. Smith.
So, first of all, I would like to send the letter, Julie, that you brought up, but I think it's unrelated to this conversation, so put me down for that letter. I think that, personally, I would like us to send some type of letter of advocacy. I agree that this is not the role of the school board per se, and we have to try our hardest to stay out of things that are political, and we have to really navigate these waters. But that being said, we are elected by the community to represent the children of Fort Washington, and we have all agreed that our goal is to keep as many kids in school as possible and to avoid disruption. A vaccine mandate that's put on us by politicians that they're voting on before the vaccine is even approved, and we don't even know if it will be approved, to me is a political action that's being perpetrated on the kids who we are all here to represent. The kids who, by the way, are not voters, so they have no say, and nobody is going out. They're not a special interest group. They don't have any voice in Albany, and this is the first COVID mandate, or really the first COVID mitigation that's being talked about by the legislature, right? Everything before now has been executive orders, executive mandates. Why are the legislature going after, or not going after, why are they focusing on something on kids? Because kids can't say, hey, I'm mad at you, I'm not gonna vote, or I'm gonna vote you out of office. Kids don't have a voice. But we as a school board, other than the parents, are the closest thing to a voice that the kids have. And I think that we do need to discuss and contemplate if, as a school district, the best thing for the kids is to mandate that they get a shot that they may not want and their parents may not want to give them, that is going to cause us to literally be pulling kids out of school. I don't think you want to pull kids out of school. I don't think you want to pull kids out of school. And I guarantee you that we will be pulling kids out of school if this mandate comes, and probably a lot of them. So I think that we should look at some data, maybe, like, do we have data on if any of our students have had serious disease or death from COVID up thus far? Understand what would this mandate be protecting us from, and what would the mandate be causing? Then when we have all of this data, we can decide if we think that this is something that, I mean, we have a legislative task force. We advocate in Albany for things that will help us function as a school district all the time. And I believe that based on what we know thus far, you know, I'm not saying anyone should or shouldn't get the vaccine. That's a choice that everybody should make for themselves. But I don't see any reason how the vaccine will help us operate as a school district. And I see that having a mandate will drastically impede our ability to function as a school district and educate the kids of Fort Washington.
So can I just, does anybody else have anything to add? But before you do, though, I just want to try to kind of, I don't know, do what I like to do the synopsis. So I've heard I've heard that we agree that the vaccine, and I saw our administrators, more importantly, nod their heads, that a mandate would in fact be an administrative burden on, and I know, Dr. Allen, you've been working 24/7 throughout of COVID, just doing the quarantine, contact tracing. So I've heard that the suggestion that it would be an administrative burden. I've heard the suggestion that a mandate would need to have necessary funding that comes with it. So if we're going to mandate something, make sure that you are funding it fully so that when schools have to add administrative costs, we have the funding for it. We've heard that the bill already says that it has to be fully approved by the FDA and CDC. So that kind of has been taken off the table. Mr. Smith, you did talk about the fact that we are the voices of the children, and we do have a legislative task force. And the legislative task force has been mostly talking about funding that the school districts need, because as a school board, we are really responsible for the funding of the school district. So we have gone and campaigned and discussed at the legislative level for funding. We did just discuss with the legislators, as I pointed out, the exit ramp and how long will it be that we have to keep wearing masks, and when are we going to be changing our perspective. So suggestion, see, I'm trying to bring things back. I'm suggesting that maybe we do take it to the legislative task force and ask the legislative task force to address with our legislators the concerns that we have heard from community members and parents and the questions that we have amongst ourselves, and alert our legislators, because that's really who we have the first point of contact with. It is Anna Kaplan, and it is Gina Salitti. Governor Hochul, she should know my name, but she doesn't. So, I think that we should go to our legislators and address with our legislators the concern that we have heard from not the entire community. I want to point that out as well, because NYSBA board, we were all sent a survey back in March from NYSBA that said, what will you do about a vaccine mandate? And would you support a mandate? Would you not? We were all asked to fill it out as individually. I did fill it out. I did say I would not support a mandate. However, the whole ground was that there wasn't consensus. So basically what NYSBA came back and said was it was mixed reviews. They had some people, so what NYSBA decided to say is that they are not taking a stance on it because it is 50-50 or whatever the portion is, and they said that they do not want to, and they also actually pointed out that they are not a legislative body, that they are not getting involved in the politics. So my suggestion, just so that maybe we can get some consensus, is that we go back and we talk to our legislators and express to our legislators what we have heard from community members and ask them to do their due diligence in representing, because the truth of the matter is, it is they who represent us in Albany. We don't represent the community of Port Washington and Albany. We were elected to help run a school district. And that is what I think we should go. So that's my suggestion. I don't know, Ms. Gilliar, you had a comment, Dr. Black, but I'm going to go to Ms. Gilliar first. But can you address my suggestion?
I like your suggestion because it also allows us to communicate with them with a little more nuance. And I've been thinking about this issue a lot, and I think I have a lot of nuance in my thinking on the issue, and that's part of the reason that I've been wrestling with it, because I was among the people that signed this letter opposing mandates for HPV and flu. As we've said before, to me, HPV, the reason was that has let me step back. So to me, if you are going to allow the government to mandate vaccines for children, there should be a good reason. And the good reason is public health and that not having the vaccine poses a risk to the entire school community, and then we could tie into all the comments Ms. Epstein made about what's the purpose and we want to stay in school. So HPV didn't have any of that rationale behind it for me. It's not communicable in a school setting, and I thought that it was a moment where a parent and a doctor should make a decision for a child, because there is no attendant risk to the other children in the school weighing on the other side to make it something that government should step into and mandate. On the flu, I was persuaded by how onerous it would be for us to deal with that kind of mandate. And in addition, the flu poses a certain manageable risk to other students around that student. Yes, other people can get flu, but many other people are vaccinated, and the risk is not the same risk that we have with COVID. So let me finish. We have to wait for community comments again.
Please.
At this point, my problem with this whole thing is that I actually think any discussion of a mandate on this feels really premature to me. I don't think that we're there yet. I'm not an epidemiologist. I think we should be listening to scientists. We should be listening to the CDC. I'm glad in the bill the FDA approval and the CDC approval is there, but I think we don't actually know what direction this is taking, right? 6 months from now, if we've been giving these vaccines to children and COVID is still the same virus that it is, it hasn't mutated, it's still as potentially deadly to the population as large, we're talking about something like polio, like mumps, like measles, something that poses a real public health risk still, then I probably would be in favor of a mandate. But if we're looking at a COVID that's mutating and becomes more flu-like, maybe that's a decision that's between a doctor and a parent to decide for a child. So I'm sorry that the legislature has stepped into this yet. I'm hoping that our governor continues to say that she's just weighing all the options and doesn't quite act yet. I like your suggestion because it allows us to represent the Port Washington community and say, here's how various people in Port Washington feel about this issue, and here are some of the concerns. And I think if we're looking at our role and what we're supposed to be doing, we really shouldn't be evaluating the public health issue and whether or not this vaccine should be given. We should be thinking about the district, and I think it's important that we communicate with our legislators the extreme administrative burden that this would be. It would be one thing if years down the line this becomes a normal vaccine that's given in the normal course that our school nurses are able to check with everything else. It's another thing if it's every day of the week there's some other child whose vaccine is. And we also don't even have guidelines like that on when they would be expired, if boosters would be done. So I like your suggestion.
Okay, but you added that you believe that it is too early to mandate a vaccine right now, right?
Yes, but I probably would tend to stay out of it. At this point, it feels like a political discussion to me,
which is what
and that we're not the ones who should be having the science discussion, and I don't think that we should be politically pushing scientists to make a decision. So I'm close to where Ms. Epstein is.
Okay, good. The only reason I'm asking is because I'm taking these notes, unlike Ms. Epstein, she's not taking notes right now. Oh, okay. I'm taking.
She sent the letter.
I'm taking these notes because if we do come to agreement that we move the conversation to our legislators in person, I want to make sure that I also have the board's viewpoint on this matter and at least get what we're in agreement with or some consensus. Dr. Block.
So let me start off by asking, how many of you at this table have had chicken pox? How many of your children have had chicken pox? Okay. So I mean, the vaccine didn't come out till around
Tell us how old you are.
Anyway,
without telling us how old you are.
my point is that vaccines work. But I don't think that is the place of this board. And I think by bringing it up, using our very limited legislative capital with our legislators is an inappropriate use. So I'm not going to support any letter.
But you're also not in support of me talking to the legislators?
In general, I'm not in support of you talking to the legislators about a mandate in any way. I think if the community wants to make their voice heard, they should talk to the legislators. That is their job. That is not our job.
Okay, Liz, Ms. Melman, I love you, please.
I would just say, I'm okay. I don't think we utilize our legislative capital, and we have a good enough rapport as a school district to have this as a conversation. We're not giving a directive. So I actually am okay with having the conversation with our legislators to let them know what our community is sensing and feeling.
No, I respect what your fear is, but again, I also feel confident that I can have this conversation without it being a burden or taking away our political clout.
So then one more point on top of that. I don't think the community that's here is reflective of what the community is thinking or feeling. The community that is here right now is basically in response to the last meeting where they knew there was new business that was going to be addressed. But I don't think we made public what is your view to the general public on a vaccine mandate. I don't know what it's going to be. And I actually think there's a good chance that many people are not going to be so keen on it, but I don't think we know. And so I think it is very premature to say that we know what the community feels when really it's just a very small subset of the community. I think this is not relevant to our legislators.
Okay, I agree with you, but this is why I pointed out that the conversation with our legislators should be that we've heard from a group of parents, and I did point out that it could be a 50-50. So which I think is feedback that legislators should hear, because when they're going to make their votes, they should know that there's, mixed feelings. But you wanted to say something? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Adam Smith.
So, I think it's super important that we stay out of the conversation of if vaccines work or if vaccines don't work. So, like you said, I agree, my kids didn't get chickenpox, but I had the COVID vaccine and we're all still wearing masks. So I think the jury's out, right, on the efficacy of the COVID vaccine. So it's not a fair comparison. In other words, it's 92% effective or something like that, but we're still all wearing masks, so it's not 100%. And that's kind of the point, right, is we're not qualified to make that decision. We're just doing what we're told. That's the point. So I think that we, as a board, have to implement what we're told to implement, and I think that we want to avoid being told to implement something that's going to create a major wedge in our community that we probably don't need right now. And to Rachel's point, it's maybe a different conversation in 6 months, but it feels really political that they're talking about this now before it's approved. It just feels like a political thing that's being done, and we're going to be the ones who are going to have to implement it and deal with the fallout. So I think it's completely reasonable for us as a school board to say that. We don't have to say that we don't know how many people in the community feel a certain way, but we do know that the community is very divided. And I think it's completely reasonable to tell our legislators, our community is really divided. This is going to be very hard to operationalize in our school district. This is going to lead to protests. This is going to lead to kids being pulled out of school because because the parents didn't vaccinate them. These are all reasonable things to say. And I don't think it has to be in a letter necessarily. I think that it may be more effective to have the conversations privately, but I don't have an issue with us having those conversations. And, we haven't heard from our staff as to how they would feel about, I don't want to put you guys on the spot about this, but we might want to hear from them, whether in public or in private, about how they feel about actually operationalizing this to make that part of what we would say back to our legislators. And I also don't, has everyone on the board given, I'm trying to get in my head.
No,
the
Ms.
sense of everybody.
Malconian did not speak. I was going to give Ms. Malconian an opportunity as well.
Okay.
So if you're done.
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Malconian.
I agree with you, Emily. I think that we should go
go to our legislators and have a conversation. And I go back to where I was in the summer when we discussed this then, and I abstained then because I don't believe that I am not an expert in this area, and I don't think that I should be taking the responsibility of making a decision.
Okay, do you have more? Do you want to say something? So here, can I get an agreement, or is the board in agreement? And I heard Dr. Block, that I have a conversation with our legislators and share with them and you said that we haven't heard from our administrators, but I did ask our administrators, would this in fact be an administrative burden? And they shook their heads. There she is, shaking her head again. So I think if we can have some sort of consensus that we have spoken amongst ourselves, we have heard from a portion of the community. I think you're right. The community is divided. I don't think the community is one way or another. I think if we were to ask, the community would be divided, and that we would create a volatile situation in our schools and an environment that, as Ms. Epstein pointed out, it is our job to make sure kids are in school and are safe in school. And so could I go to the legislators and explain that we believe all of these factors, that there would be an administrative burden, and that we are asking them to please be aware of what the potential could be for our school district and the environment that it would cause if we had a mandate. And I'm not saying not to mandate it, I just want to make them aware of the situation. Does that make sense? Don't look at me like that, Ms. Gilliard. Please tell me it makes sense.
I'm thinking about it.
Deborah.
I often wonder where all of our letters to the governors have gone. I have to say, since I've been on the board, the many letters that we wrote to Governor Cuomo, and I just kind of imagine them flying out into the ether. If you have a sense that meeting with a live person will be a better way to communicate the things that I have said, that Mr. Smith has said, whoever, then I say go for it. And we can try. And if you feel that they're not receptive, then we come back and we write our letter and we hit send, and we hope that somebody reads it.
Mr. Smith, do you agree? Thank you, Ms. Brooks.
Yeah, I actually think that's more effective than a
So
letter,
speaking-
and it's on the record that we're going ahead with it.
And I would come back to the board and report on my conversation, and it would go into public record. So just letting, I knew Deborah would be thinking about that. Dr. Block, except for your objection.
Yeah, I don't agree, but that's why there's 7 of us.
Okay, Ms. Gilliard.
Just a clarifying question. So we are not actively advocating at this point for or against a vaccine mandate. We are simply telling them that they need to be aware that it would have a huge administrative and financial burden on a school district.
And it would divide our community and make it a volatile situation in our, honestly, I would just recap all the things that we've all said amongst ourselves. That's what I would do. And I think everybody has basically said that this would not be a good situation. So we're not advocating either way, but we're alerting them to our conversation as a board, a request that we've had from the community, and the fact that we believe as a board, because we are elected to represent the community of Port Washington, that we believe as a board that we would be divided.
So the only part of this that makes me a little uncomfortable is representing to our legislators that we believe our community is divided, because I'm not sure we actually know where the community stands on this and in what percentages. And when I say that, I really mean I don't even know, right? I know that, for example, the vast majority of people I know are probably vaccinating their kids. But I don't think making an individual decision to vaccinate your own child is the same as believing that there should be a mandate to vaccinate. And so having not had these conversations with a lot of people, I don't know where the community stands on this. I know we have some people who feel very strongly about it, and I respect your opinion. And I have a feeling we have some on the other side too, but I don't know what the percentages look like at all.
Okay, but okay, so we have the option of putting out a thought exchange, but again, I'm gonna ask ourselves, you know, who's in, all right? And I'm gonna point out again, we were elected to represent the community, and I think the 7 of us have a gut feeling that we would be divided. We may not know for sure, but if you read anything in the newspapers or on social media or anywhere, which we know we are all reading, there's going to be this division, and it gets very heated. That's the other part. So I think we can make that statement. I could not go and tell the legislators my entire community is against this. That I couldn't do, but I could tell the legislators that we are divided, and we want you to know about that. That's what I think we need to say. That's my suggestion.
And I would suggest that as with everything COVID related, right, in a couple months, like Ms. Epstein said, we may want to revisit this topic because it may be that our position is different, because as much as I believe public health decisions should be made by public health experts, scientists should be involved in this, at the point at which it becomes a decision, everything is clear and it becomes a clear issue of advocating for what's best for Port Washington's kids, and we're not making a scientific determination, we may want to have that conversation again.
Would you like to add it? So, consensus, agreement, yes? I'm not putting it to a vote, this is not needed for a vote, so I have okay. So, we're agreeing, I will go talk to our legislators and campaign on all the matters I just said. I'm not going to say it again. Ms. Epstein did point out the test to stay. Mr. Smith said you would be support. I'm going to suggest, Ms. Epstein, that we bring this to our legislative task force. Our first meeting is January, right? We have a next meeting January 13th. I think maybe we discuss it, put together a draft letter and bring it back to the board and let the board give their feedback, okay? Everybody okay with that? If I go to the legislative task force on the test to stay?
Oh, I mean, look, I don't support it, but everybody else does, and...
Test to stay, test to stay.
That I support.
Okay, thank you. Okay, wait, here we go. We're moving on. So we have another opportunity for the community to be heard. Whoever would like to come to the microphone, please do so.
Marika Lyons and Robert Lyons.
Hi, I wanted to just, I guess, make a comment in response to the conversation. One of the comments that was made was, and I know you've already said you're going to go to the legislature, so it might be moot, but one of the comments that was made was suggesting we should go directly to the legislators, those of us who want to advocate. I have tried that. I have talked to them, to Assemblywoman Saletti, Senator Kaplan, and it's not that they were completely dismissive, but I think that they kind of took my comments with a grain of salt. I think hearing from the school board and hearing that there's a community, not consensus or 100% one way, but just that there's a contingent that's present and that's vocal and that it's going to be an issue is going to be a lot more forceful than just me trying to advocate on my own. So I do think it makes a big difference. And second, another comment was made about, saying there's a contingent here expressing one view, but we don't know what others think. But those others have had every opportunity to come voice their views. I've been to almost every school board meeting in the last few months, and the comments are very one-sided. Everyone has the opportunity to come here, but they're not showing up. So I think that says something in and of itself. This is, those of us who are here feel strongly about this. And then I just wanted to give my personal views on this. When the vaccines first came out, I was truly grateful for them. I have a family member who's very high risk. I was grateful that he could get the vaccine, and I did it immediately when I could. I had tears in my eyes getting it, thinking how great it was and that we were moving forward. And now, while I'm grateful that it exists, I'm very troubled by what's happening.
and I never imagined we would be talking about mandates at all, let alone directed to children who are the lowest risk category. Unlike my family member who is high risk, children are at the lowest risk by far of COVID. They are no more likely to become severely ill or die of COVID than they are from the flu. They're no more likely to spread COVID than a vaccinated adult. Children are not filling our hospitals. We have 2 years of data establishing how low risk they are. And so I'm at times confused by the conversation and the implication or the suggestion that this is necessary for them. We also have a year of data that establishes vaccines are not as effective as initially thought. They do not prevent infection completely. They do not prevent spread. They prevent severe illness, especially those who are high risk, but this is not like a measles vaccine or a chickenpox vaccine where if you get it, you're not going to spread it, you're going to be fine for the rest of your life.
30 seconds.
So I'm shocked in some ways that we're even here discussing whether those who are the lowest risk should get the vaccine. I don't think this is what our democracy should look like. A vaccine that doesn't prevent infection and does not prevent spread should not be imposed on a population that's so low risk. And I just want to say something about the new variant, because I think some might say that provides a support for the vaccine or for mandates, but I would say it's the opposite, because it establishes that these variants will probably keep coming, that there's always going to be some reason to keep things going and mandating things.
3 minutes.
But it's part of our life now. We have to live with it without giving up our rights and freedoms, and especially, most importantly, the right to choose how do we raise our children. Thank you.
Good evening. First off, I want to thank the school board for all the hard work that you do. This second school board meeting I've been to this year. There's a lot of plumbing that goes on. I think you guys are doing a great job. My wife and I feel very strongly about any type of mandate, mask, vaccine, or otherwise. You know, I'm a retired naval officer, and one of the first things that you learn is that you can delegate authority but not responsibility. And the responsibility in this community of the parents is to raise their children. We grant you the authority during the day to educate them, but at the end of the day, it is our responsibility. We grant you the authority to influence their lives, but at the end of the day, it is our responsibility to raise them. Whether or not experts at the CDC or the FDA, based on the information that they have at hand, make a recommendation. As data comes in, information expands, and test cases, new cases, updated cases prevail, situations change. I got the vaccine. I seem to be fine. I don't know if I'm comfortable giving it to my daughter who is 7, my son who is 5. They have a life to live, and it is my responsibility, as is my wife's, to make the best informed decisions for them. We have elected you as the Board of Education, not as the Board of Health, not as the Board of Raising our children. And to be quite honest, I don't care what the state or the greater county at large thinks that my children should be exposed to. I am a parent that is responsible for raising my child. I think Dr. Block is right. You guys should stay out of mandates. I think Mr. Smith is right, that we should put forth that this community cares very deeply about this, and that mandates will create issues for education. You're doing a great job educating the kids. You've had a tough hand that's been dealt to you in the last year. You performed excellently. This is not the place for you to impose the will of people that are kind of winging it as they go along for various reasons. I think it's important that you recognize that this entire community feels very strongly on both sides. So the voting on this should be with the parents, and they do that by how they raise their children. I thank you all for the hard work that you're putting in, the difficult situation that you're in, and I think it's important that you recognize that even though this is a small contingent of the community that
30
shows up,
seconds.
they are an impassioned one. It is a difficult view to put forth at times where it may not be popular, but it is an important voice. And we're not judged as a community by how we deal with the majority. We're judged as a community by how we treat the minority, loud or otherwise. I thank you very much.
Nicoletta Gars.
Good evening, everyone. I second Mr. and Mrs. Lyons. Thank you very much for saying what you said. I do apologize because I was in my car listening to the Board of Education meeting, and I heard that Dr. Block asked how many people have received the chickenpox vaccine, and then how many people have had chickenpox. How many people have had the COVID vaccine, and how many people have had COVID after they've had the COVID vaccine? I know many. So this COVID vaccine does not eliminate COVID, and our children are the least affected. Please keep that in mind. And I agree, again, with Mr. and Mrs. Lyons. We need to stay out of mandates. Our children do not need to have this vaccine. They are the least affected. It should be up to the parent as to what is best for their child. Thank you, and thank you for all that you do. I greatly appreciate it.
Regina Marino.
Hello. I was going to quote the letter from 2019 that did refer to the HPV vaccine being a new vaccine. The verbiage is there. However, the phone died. Forgot my phone, borrowed phone died. When it comes to talking about the community and how many people are here, and you know, it's the same faces that show up week after month, and give up our time at home with our families to be here, it's because this is important to our families. It's important to us. There are new faces here. It's not a popular place to be. It takes courage to come and speak in this voice because it's not the popular voice. You know, I need to go home, and many here, you know, want to sit on the side because they don't want to be seen on the video, because their friends might see that they were here, hoping that the board would vote to express some of the community's feelings about a vaccine mandate. I'd also like to say that when I was in 2019, I was here when the board voted to send that letter. I was the only parent in this auditorium. There were a school principal, an HSA president. It was the first board meeting I ever came to, and I was the only parent here. And 7 people still voted to write that letter. So I don't think you can say, oh, there's just a few people here and it's the same people who show up and we can't represent all of the community, because you know what? These mandates have been spoken about. If you follow the governor, she tweets about it every hour. She wants our kids. She wants 100% vaccination in New York State, and the concern is that she's going to mandate this outside of legislation. I have met with Gina Salitti. I met with Anna Kaplan this week. I'm just another grain of rice with 15 minutes of their time, saying, nodding their head, yes, and yeah, and, you know, so maybe I can say, I know I have. Half the people in this room have met with them as well. We've made it our business not to just come to you guys and ask you to fight for us. We're out there fighting for our kids. We're doing what we need to do for our kids, and we're asking you to work with us to be our voice as a community of people that don't want this for our kids. We want a choice. We want a choice. That's all. And I will say, Dr. Block, your question about who's had the chicken pox. Nicoletta said who's had the COVID vaccine and who's gotten COVID? Who's gotten COVID and hasn't had a vaccine?
3 minutes.
Your very book discusses vaccine immunity and immunity from having gotten the virus itself. We haven't addressed that. The CDC hasn't addressed that. They're still studying that.
Ms. Marino,
And
please, I
Okay,
appreciate
thank you.
your passion. Thank you. Ms. Marino, my apologies. You are correct. The language in the letter, which I didn't see because I clearly need new glasses, does say, as parents grapple with weighing the risks of a relatively new vaccine. So I apologize for that oversight. Now we answered a question at the actual meeting. Take that off the list for next meeting. I have to be responsible for what I say. Okay. Catherine Fern. Trying to add some levity here.
Hi, good evening. Just wanted to thank you all for your time. And my question is about something that's actually not a state mandate, so something that I was, hoping that maybe we could have an answer at the next meeting. I've sent a few emails about it, but right now the list of symptoms that trigger a COVID test in the Port Washington School District include, symptoms that are stomach viruses, things like a runny nose. I know in the New York City public schools, in Mineola, East Williston, Manhasset, Belmar, I've gotten their reopening surveys, and other districts, their symptoms are fever, shortness of breath, loss of taste and smell, and cough. And so if one of their children has a stomach bug and stays home for a day, they can stay home for a day and then go back to school the next day and don't have to spend their time when they're sick and should be resting, going to a first med to get a COVID test and potentially being exposed to, people who have COVID. And so I think that it would benefit our community if we revisited the list of symptoms and looked at some of these districts. COVID is not any higher there than it is here, so I don't think that we're mitigating any risks by including these ancillary symptoms, and it doesn't seem to be a state requirement, so I'd just be interested in kind of understanding why we're choosing to put this additional burden on the parents and the students in our district. And then also, I think most of the districts, not the city, but the others that I mentioned, do not have health screeners anymore, which again, that's just an additional burden that I think we're seeing are not helping these other districts. And so it's something that I would hope that Port Washington would consider here as well. Thank you.
I'm sorry, just for the record, because we do respond to questions, you said Belmore, East Williston, Roslyn, Merrick, and Mineola?
No, it was Belmore, Mineola, East Williston, Manhasset, and the New York City Public Schools.
Okay, thank you.
I think I heard Roslyn, but I don't have their plan, so I don't know.
Thank you.
for
I
sure.
just wanted to have it correct. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Amy Nelson.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. I just wanted to add a couple of points because I don't think they were mentioned. And for me personally, my kids are up to date with all of their shots. However, COVID is a very new vaccine. Not only is it a new vaccine, it's a very new vaccine technology. And why I hesitate to give the vaccine to my children is there is no long-term safety data. The risk profile is incomplete. So to advocate for a vaccine for children for which we have no sense of long-term impact for, I think is irresponsible. We as a community buy organic foods. We're into non-GMO. We don't do that plastic stuff anymore. Many years ago, people thought smoking was okay. But over time, and through science, we've seen long-term impacts develop. And to mandate a vaccine for which we don't have data on, I think is incredibly irresponsible and could potentially cause damage. It could not. It could be fine. But the truth of the matter is we don't know. And the risk is so low for our children, and yet there is an unknown risk of long-term impacts for the vaccine. Thank you.
If there are no further community comments, And unless there is a motion to recess to executive session, I would like, is there? Oh, okay.
Emily, we don't read email community comments anymore, right? Because we got
No.
one. That's, I thought, just to clarify for that person, we don't read them
Did
anymore.
somebody send us an email?
We got one subject line community comment, yeah.
No, we do not read emails no longer and into the community comment. We do all read the emails because it goes to Board of Education, as you just pointed out, and when we answer, we all are aware of the answer. May I have someone, Mr. Smith, since you spoke, and make a motion for us to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion. Nobody second? Don't second it. Oh, okay. All are seconded 7-0. We wish everybody wait, did I miss something? Oh, Ms. Epstein seconded. Everybody have a Merry Christmas if you're celebrating. Happy New Year. We will see everyone back on January 11th. Good evening.